Independence Day anniversary. So I say good morning and happy Independence Day to all Nigerians, both at home and abroad. You're welcome to another edition of the platform. My name is Toyin Sanni, and as you are watching, I want you to consciously tell someone, even if you have to call someone, send a message to someone to say happy Independence Day, that we can even celebrate this day in peace is something that we have to be grateful for. So once again, you're welcome to the platform Nigeria, coming to you from the Covenant Nation and broadcasting live from the Covenant Place, Igomu. And if this is your first time watching the platform and you're wondering, what is this program? I just stumbled on it. Don't worry, you're in a very good place. The platform is an initiative of the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation, Pastor Sanni, started in 2007, and every 1st of May and 1st of October, we talk about matters of nation building, personal development, and growth for ourselves as a people, as a country, and as a continent. And today, again, we're going to be having thought leaders engaging, enlightening, and very informative conversations on the theme, which I particularly love, unlocking the potential in our country. I know that this year has been quite an interesting year for everyone across the world, not even just Nigeria and Africa. And sometimes you wonder, where is the potential? What are we looking at? And those are the conversations that we're having here today. This is the platform studios, and I'm not alone in the studio today. I have two very special people with me, right to my, this is my left. To my left, and I will ask them to introduce themselves. Let's start with you, because you're a platform studio, veteran. Yes. Soji, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Pastor Tony. Hello, Nigeria. Happy Independence Day. My name is Soji Akinyele.
Thank you. And
hi, Nigerians. My name is Tale Alimi.
I love that. Tale Alimi. You're welcome. Your first time platform studio.
Oh, yes. And I'm loving it already.
Yay! Wave your flag with us.
Yay.
So let's talk about this theme and even just backtrack to the platform and the journey. And, you know, 1st of October is always nation building. Today we are talking about unlocking the potential in our country. And for you, I was going to ask you, Soji, in such a time as this, why do you think this theme is so important to be spoken about?
Oh, well, thank you, Pastor Tony. I think we were bantering about this, that we've been hearing this story about potential like all our lives. I mean, since I was born, I've heard about Nigeria's potential. But one thing I observed is that perhaps, and of course, with the benefit of my background, we've seen waves of potential, you know, being unlocked. So you hear about the 1960s and independence. Then you hear about the oil boom. You know, then you hear about indigenization and how, you know, state-owned enterprises and things like that were booming then. You hear about democracy in 1999, you know, and a new wave, then the GSM, then the banking consolidation. So perhaps we've been having waves, you know, of potential being unlocked. But it now seems that since that last one, we've not had such a wave that is convincing enough, you know, to let Nigerians know. And, you know, we've come out of COVID, we've come out of, you know, global recession. So much has happened that may have set us back, you know. And but what I've seen is that now we have the Japa wave, you know, because, I mean, we have a youth bulge and they're looking for expression. And so they're going to other places to, quote and unquote, unlock their potential. So the question is, what is unlocking their potential where they are? You know, we know that the Nigerian spirit is indomitable.
Absolutely.
It's an entrepreneurial spirit. Yeah. So we have that, whether home or abroad. Then, so what else don't we have? I will say two things. I see outside there that there is a patriotic ownership. You know, if you talk about the American, you hear the American dream, you know, the Canadian dream and things like that, which are the places that we've been japa into recently. So there's patriotic ownership that, you know, seems to be lacking. Then, of course, there is actually the governance itself in terms of, you know, the institutional framework or open governance, some level of, a higher level of transparency that citizens would want to see from their leaders, you know, and honesty in what we call a social contract between, you know, the governed and the government, in the sense. So I think it's those two things that are missing, you know, that has perhaps not unlocked our potential in this wave that we are in. And until we mix that with the entrepreneurial spirit that is no doubt there, in fact, you will find out that perhaps it looks like where government has not touched or has left is what is thriving. Creatives, you know, technology, art, music, and things like that. But clearly there has to be that government enabling environment and that trust that needs to come back, that we can then say that this Nigeria, is ours and we can unlock potential.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And I'll touch on that entrepreneurial spirit to ask you, Tale, because you're an entrepreneur, you're a business owner. And one of the things in talking about potential is the environment. For you, how have you continued to thrive and unlock the potential of what you do in this environment? And how will you speak to that for someone watching?
So what I would say is that one of my favorite quotes by Abraham Lincoln is that the best way to predict the future is to create it. I feel like we need to increase our sense of ownership as citizens of Nigeria. Yes, the environment might not be the best in terms of the macroeconomic policies and the microeconomic environment, but I think that what we need to do, and that's the entrepreneurial spirit, is to take ownership to be able to create blue oceans, because in a tough environment, it is an opportunity for creativity, to unlock that inherent creativity that we have. I think it's high time that we spend less time complaining about what is not working and begin to focus on what we can do, take a sense of ownership. I think it was JFK that said to America, it says, ask not what the country can do for you, but ask what you can do for the country. I think that my call to everyone is to have a sense of ownership. I'm not saying that we don't need the right institutions. We do. It's going to make life easy for every one of us. It's going to make us thrive as an economy. But more or less, we have to have a sense of ownership. We need to show the government, okay, what is possible when the citizens rise to take a sense of ownership. And I believe that the citizens create the government, okay? And so when we begin to take a greater sense of ownership, we're going to begin to influence the government, influence policies, and then change things in our economy. And so that's...
Excellent. Thank you so much. And that is really one of the things the platform keeps speaking to, that as a citizen, you are powerful and you can have that sense of ownership. And I believe that even for our speakers today, that is one area that in spite of what you see, there is still that potential first within you. Instead of even just looking at the potential on the outside, it is what is on the inside of you that you can birth what is on the outside. But Soji, I'll ask you, let's talk about our speakers for today. We have about 6 speakers, obviously starting with our senior pastor, Pastor Kojo Imade. Tell us about some of the speakers today and what your expectations or so are.
Pastor, it feels like the speakers, well, it should be, have been chosen because of the potential they've unlocked in their own sectors.
Yes.
So, I mean, we all know our senior pastor, his own skill is to unlock spiritual capital, to unlock spiritual capital and just, to motivate you in the right direction. We see him as a bridge builder, entrepreneurs, and all of that. Dr. Toyin Sanni, she's a capital market expert. She's in the finance sector, and she's one of the women leaders in terms of financial services. So she will show us how she's unlocked capital. First, as an entrepreneur, she used to be CEO of one of the leading capital market organizations, but now she's running her own show, as a woman leader herself. So just showing the potential, not just as a financier, but also as a female, leader, in this space. So I think that's a very important thing. Kola Adesina, clearly in the energy sector, Sahara Energy, Sahara Group, and in the news space recently, it's been about oil and gas and energy. Suddenly we realize we can refine again, So let's see, what stories he has to tell us there. But I'm particularly interested in Professor Waziri. Because she comes from, she's a technocrat. She used to be the former Director General of the National Agency on Human Trafficking, or Against Human Trafficking. It suggests that, there's capital to unlock there, because they are trafficking people, means they have some talent, right? So that clearly needs to go. Roman or Sehale has been here before.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to what models, he wants to show us again. Charles Omole about security, all insecurity in the sense. And then Mr. Lawi Ojariola, who used to be at the Economic Summit Group. So we're looking forward to how they've unlocked potential in their own areas.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Okay, time is up and we have to get right into the auditorium now. Some of our speakers today are new. Some of our speakers today have been at platform before, but between all of them, I know it's going to be a time of great enlightenment. I want to encourage us. You're at home, you're watching, don't be distracted. Have a pen, have a paper, have someone you're watching with. And at the end of this platform, make sure that there are 1 or 2 things you're going to take away from this. Thank you once again for joining us at the platform. Send the links to your friends, to your family. Join us online. The hashtag is #theplatformNG or #unlocking Capital, Unlocking Potential NG. We're going right into the main auditorium where we'll start with our national anthem. You're welcome to the platform, Nigeria.
Can I invite us all to rise as we sing the national anthem led by Lara Akingbola? Let's rise, please. Thank you. Let's welcome her warmly. Thank you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all, and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
I heard an amen there. Please, let's echo the amen. Amen. You may be seated, please. You're welcome once again to the platform, Nigeria. My name is Ngozi Akinyele, and it's my honor to guide you through today's event. The theme for this edition of the platform, which is our 36th, is unlocking the potential in our country. You would agree that Nigeria is not lacking in potential, neither is it not our country, right? So we are not lacking in potential, it's our country. And so what we're here to do today is to unlock that potential. And today we have a strong group of speakers who are going to share bold ideas with us. So just before we go into it, I'd like to unlock the potential in your tongue as well by asking you to say good morning to the person beside you in your native tongue. I can feel the pressure. Say, how are you? Okay, wait for the big one. Say Happy Independence Day in your native language. And don't even ask me. You're welcome once again to the platform. The platform is a global media event. So please, everything you experience here, the things that you hear that resonate with you, please share them online using the hashtag #ThePlatformNG and UnlockCapitalNG. The Platform NG and UnlockCapitalNG. We have a hall of presidents there, so please take a picture beside your favorite president and post on. If you don't have a favorite, just take by the one where you were born, yes. Okay, so to get started with the opening remarks, I'd like to invite someone who is highly regarded as a teacher of the word of faith and has been consistently described as a bridge between the older and younger generation. And he's no one else but the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation and the convener of the platform, Pastor Kwaju Oyemade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we may all be seated. There's no need for a long story. All right. What I just want to do is that as the vision of this particular program, I just want to share some thoughts that I got off, and I read this book many years ago, must have been about maybe 15 years ago. And I believe that it's from reading this book, this particular theme was crystallized. And it's written, the name of the book is The Mystery of Capital, written by from Chile, economist, Soto, who was regarded, I think Bill Clinton regarded him and said this to be the greatest mind in terms of economy in the emerging economies of the world. But he said something about capitalism, and I want to read it here. He said, in this book, I intend to demonstrate that the major stumbling block that keeps the rest of the world from benefiting from capitalism is the inability to produce capital. He said capital is defined as the force that raises productivity of labor and creates the wealth of nations. It is the lifeblood of the capitalist system and the foundation of progress. And the one thing that the poor countries of the world cannot seem to produce for themselves, no matter how eagerly their people engage in all other activities that characterize a capitalist economy. He said, I will also show, with the help of facts and figures, that my research team and I have collected block by block, farm by farm, in Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and Latin America, that most of the poor already possess the assets they need to make a success of capitalism. He said, even in the poorest countries, the poor save. The value of the savings among the poor is in fact immense, 40 times all the foreign aid received throughout the world since 1945. In Egypt, for instance, the wealth that the poor have accumulated is worth 45 times as much as the sum of all direct foreign investments ever recorded there, including the Suez Canal and the Aswan Dam. In Haiti, the poorest nation in Latin America, the total assets of the poor are more than 150 times greater than all the foreign investments received since Haiti's independence from France in 1804. You should think about that. If the United States were to hike its foreign aid budget to the level recommended by United Nations, which is 0.7% of its national income, it will take the richest country on earth more than 150 years to transfer to the world's poor resources equal to that which the poor already possess there. The problem, he said, is that they hold these resources in defective forms. Houses built on land whose ownership rights are not adequately recorded. Unincorporated businesses with undefined liability. Industries location where financiers and investors cannot see. Industries located where financiers and investors cannot see them. Because the rights to these possessions are not adequately documented, these assets cannot readily be turned into capital, cannot be traded outside the narrow local circles where the people know and trust one another, cannot be used as collateral for a loan, and cannot be used as, collateral against an investment. Charitable organizations have so emphasized the mysteries on the helplessness of the world's poor that no one has properly documented their capacity for accumulating assets. Over the past 5 years, I and 100 colleagues from 6 different nations have closed our books and opened our eyes and gone out into the streets and countrysides of 4 continents to count how much the poorest sectors of the society have saved. He said, the quantity is enormous, but most of it is dead capital. So when we talk about unlocking the capital within a nation or an organization, that is, we recognize that the solution to a nation or organization doesn't lie outside that organization or nation, but lies within it. And I must say that in this country, we have unlocked the capital in certain things. We've unlocked the capital, let's say, in entertainment. we are beginning to unlock the capital that is contained in fashion, all right? Years ago, people will not wear certain clothes. They might look down on it. But I just want to close by saying something, and that's where I knew the power of this thing. Recently, we had a conference in London, and the hotel where we used, which was Intercontinental Hotel, I was wearing an Ashoke trousers with a blazer and a white shirt. And I was in the elevator on my way to the conference center. And there were two American couples, and they looked fairly wealthy. And the man looked at me, both of them. They said, "Where did you get these trousers? Where did you get these trousers? We want these." I found it difficult to tell him exactly where I got it, because I would have had to say, we went into the market and then because he didn't understand. He said, "So which designer, where did you get this pair? Where did you get this?" I just kept saying, "Well, I bought it, I bought it, I bought it." All right? Because I couldn't go into the details of how we produce Ashoke and all of that. But he wasn't interested in the designer wears on the streets of London. He was interested in what we brought out from Africa in a way that could be appreciated by the world. And so if we are going to grow, all right, wealth, we have to learn how to unlock the capital that lies within our nation. God bless you all. And I want to thank all the speakers, all right, for taking out time from their busy schedule. These are great minds that have come together. And I will just sit down quietly and take my notes. God bless you all.
Another round of applause for the convener of the platform. Thank you, Pastor Koju, for that very powerful opening, remarks. Our first speaker for today, and I guess our word for today is first, is Dr. Toyin Sanni. Is the LinkedIn folks who would know what I just said. Our word for today is first. She's here for the first time. Dr. Toyin Sanni is the founder and executive vice chair of Emerging Africa Group, a leading Pan-African investment group. Dr. Sanni has extensive experience as a prominent investment banker, business leader, public personality, and speaker. She's a LinkedIn top voice and one of Africa's foremost thought leaders. Please welcome to the platform with a warm round of applause, Dr. Toyin Sanni.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's such an honor and a blessing to be here at Nigeria's foremost platform for the discourse of national issues. I honor all the great leaders and speakers gathered here and every single one that is here, and I wish you all happy Independence Day. I thank Pastor Poju Oyemade for the great opportunity to be here, and especially for facilitating and sustaining this excellent initiative that provides a platform to engage the highest level of human endeavor, which is thinking. You are a great leader, and you are a great thinker. I listen to you regularly on Instagram. You're a great, and I've also heard you speak at a platform like this. You're a great thinker, and it is no wonder that you gravitate towards thinkers and thought leaders, bringing great minds together to contribute to the crafting of solutions to our multifaceted national problems. I am really honored, and briefly, I would like to contribute my quota to a topic of great significance on a challenge which continues to bedevil our beloved nation, Nigeria, today on its 64th Independence Day, even as it has for almost 6.5 decades now. I would like my slides to be put up, and I want to, by way of disclosure, I have the slides, and I will try to do a combination of directing you to the slides. Yes, there's a copy in front of me, whilst also talking to the notes that I have before me. The simple and yet all difficult question is, how can we unlock Nigeria's economic potential? Okay, I think I got that. How can we unlock Nigeria's economic potential such that the narrative about our dear nation will shift from that of missed opportunities and unrealized potentials represented by an unharnessed bank of natural resources, wide expanse of arable land adorned by the promise of a youthful and dynamic population, to that of a nation of realized promises, a proud and self-sufficient citizenry standing tall amongst the committee of nations. I dare ask, is this possible? And if this holy grail that we have sought for 64 years now has eluded us so far, let me ask again, is this possible? Has it been done before? And how? What would it mean for the average Nigerian if it were to happen? And finally, what would it take to make it happen for you and for me? Let's explore some of these questions together. So first, what we're seeking to do, which is to unlock the economic potential of Nigeria, has it been done before? Nigeria, with a population of over 200 million and abundant natural resources, has been compared to structural peers like Brazil, Indonesia, and Malaysia. These nations share similar demographic profiles, diversified resource endowments, including crude oil, favorable agroclimatic conditions, abundant low-cost labor, strategic geographic locations, and deep water ports. Whilst in the early 1970s, Nigeria's living standards were comparable to these countries, since then a significant divergence in economic performance has occurred, with Nigeria now lagging far behind these erstwhile peers. A closer examination of GDP per capita, economic growth rates, and poverty levels highlights Nigeria's missed potential. Countries like Indonesia have made substantial strides in reducing poverty and unemployment through, remember the question we're asking is, has this been done before? Through industrialization and infrastructure development. In contrast, Nigeria's economic performance continues to lag behind, despite its vast oil wealth and youthful population. While all exploits dominated merchandise exports in all three countries until the mid-1980s, their participation in oil exports significantly declined by nearly half in Malaysia and Indonesia in the years that followed. In contrast, Nigeria has continued to rely heavily on fuel exports, with our contribution remaining consistently high. Indonesia, for example, with a comparable population size and natural resources, has a GDP per capita of $4,941, more than double that of Nigeria's $1,600. Brazil, with similar agricultural and energy resources, has a GDP per capita of $10,000. This disparity highlights Nigeria's struggle to turn its natural wealth into broad-based economic growth and prosperity. Okay, I'm very sorry for my short-sightedness. I am finding it easier to turn around than to follow. Now I've gone too far. Okay. Please pardon me. I might end up doing what we all say. Next slide, please. Do I have help? Is there somebody in the media that can help me? Because I think now I'm just turning all this in the opposite direction. Please, if you can help me, I'm going back to the slide where I'm still making the comparisons. So Malaysia and Indonesia proactively pursued economic diversification through well-crafted and faithfully implemented industrial policies. In Malaysia, the first industrial master plan in 1986 to 1995 laid the foundation for the development of manufacturing industries and promoted the processing of natural resources. The plan strategically targeted sectors with potential for import substitution, high export value, and higher value-added activities such as petrochemicals, refined petroleum, palm oil, rubber gloves, tires, and prophylactics. This approach helped to reduce the over-dependence on upstream commodities and fostered more balanced economic growth. Now, before I go into how would success look like for Nigeria, I want us to just look at some of the comparative graphs that I have there. So we're looking here. Okay, it's gone away from behind me. I'm very sorry, I'm short-sighted. So in spite of my glasses, I still can't see what I have there, which is why I'm turning around and hoping that, yes, this will come on. So if you look at education and you look at literacy rates, you can see that we lag far behind all these. You look at health and life expectancy, again, we're at 54.6%, whereas Malaysia is at 76. We have seen these statistics over and over again, but I'm going somewhere. And then you look at access to finance, and that's really where our position is so far removed. So 13%, and Malaysia 117%. That means that an innovator, a startup in Malaysia has more money than they actually need. They have access to more money than they actually need. And by the way, this is as a percentage of GDP, 117%, and we're at 13%. And then ICT smartphone penetration. We like to boast about the level of smartphone penetration in Nigeria. Unfortunately, we're still lagging behind our peers. Now, I'm going to the next question that I want us to look at. Is there a Nigerian dream? How would success impact the life of the ordinary Nigerian? So I'm asking you this question. Is there a Nigerian dream? You know, I was in the US earlier this year, and I was actually invited by the American Dream. I don't know why they thought I had an American dream. I'm not American, but I was invited by, there's actually an institute in charge of the American dream. And their job is to study whether the American dream is growing or it's receding, and what exactly they can do to make the American dream a reality for Americans. So the American dream is a real project. And they asked me to give, I gave an interview, and they asked me what my American dream was. And I had to find, but the point I'm making is that this is a country that everybody envies for so many reasons, and yet they are actively committed to making things better for their people. So I want to ask again, is there a Nigerian dream? The Nigerian dream would be the innate belief in the right of every Nigerian to aspire to attain financial success on the assumption of the existence of equal opportunities and meritocracy. If it exists, it would be somewhat like the American dream, a national ethos of the United States that states that every person has the freedom and opportunity to succeed and attain a better life for themselves. Can we say that right now about our nation? The concept of a Nigerian dream is elusive, but if it exists, it is likely tied to economic opportunity, social mobility, and personal achievement, similar again to the American dream, but shaped by Nigeria's unique challenges. You know, when I was growing up, in this country, I watched a lot of television. And now we still watch a lot of Nollywood movies. And if I were to craft the Nigerian dream according to Nollywood, and I'm coming back to a point that you made, sir, which is that we have to pay attention to the things that we had not paid attention to before. What is the message that we're passing to the people that are coming before about their role in creating opportunities for us as a country? So back, if I were to describe the Nigerian dream according to Nollywood, it would be pretty girl comes to Lagos, stands at the side of the street, on her way somewhere. She's very poor, she's in raggedy clothes. But then this very rich man pulls to a halt beside her, invites her to come into his car, takes her shopping. That shopping scene is always in every rags to riches story. Am I lying? Takes her to the supermarket, and then she picks things, and she picks things, and she picks this, and she picks that, and he pays for it, and they live happily ever after. Is that the Nigerian dream? So what is the Nigerian dream, or what should be at the heart of the Nigerian dream? At the heart of this pursuit should be the tireless, relentless effort to overcome barriers and create opportunity where none seemingly exist. Nigerians are constantly innovating and striving to survive in a system that often seems designed to hold them back. The popular culture of multiple side hustles is not just a trend, it is a reflection of how dogged your average Nigerian is in their quest for economic independence and success. The Nigerian dream, therefore, should be about entrepreneurship, creativity, education, and ultimately the creation of a better present than your parents' past, or a better future for your children than your present. Than your past and your present. However, it is often constrained by systemic problems like unemployment, poor infrastructure, and unstable or unfavorable economic policies. A case in point that we're facing right now: high inflation, high interest rates, and domestic currency devaluation, all of which are today the reality and perhaps the nightmare of small businesses. In essence, the Nigerian dream could be defined as the pursuit of prosperity, upward mobility, and the ability to succeed regardless of our background. But unlike in many successful economies, achieving this dream in Nigeria often feels like a matter of luck than a result of deliberate planning or policy support. The Nigerian dream envisions a future where each generation surpasses the achievements of the last in terms of income, education, and overall quality of life. However, recent data paints a sobering picture of limited economic mobility in Nigeria. Sadly, the scale of poverty in the country is staggering. The number of Nigerians living below the poverty line has grown from 70 million in 2010 to an estimated 109 million in 2023, placing Nigeria among the nations with the largest poor populations globally. This trend is further reflected in Nigeria's Human Development Index, HDI ranking, where it's placed 161 out of 193 countries in 2022. Many young Nigerians face the same, if not worse, economic challenges as their parents. Unemployment, underemployment, and inadequate access to quality education hinder their progress. These increase the risk, unfortunately, of many youths resorting to crime and many migrating away in search of greener pastures. Harsh and deteriorating macroeconomic conditions further complicate the pursuit of economic mobility for younger Nigerians. For instance, prices of imported used cars, once a symbol of financial progress, have soared beyond the reach of the average youth. So you find Nigerians well into their 30s, approaching their 40s, coming into their 40s, who are graduates and have been working since they graduated, and they still cannot afford to buy a second-hand used car that has probably been used for 20 years in another economy. This example, amongst others, illustrates how economic goals are becoming increasingly unattainable as the goalposts continue to shift. Despite these challenges, I'm coming a little bit to the good news. Despite these challenges, Nigerians remain resilient, excelling in various sectors, from the thriving markets in Lagos, Kano, and Aba, to the unicorn startup communities in Yaba, Ilupeju, and Ikeja, providing cutting-edge fintech solutions to the bustling creative industry in Nollywood, on Instagram and TikTok, and that are making waves globally. Perhaps burdened by these inspiring stories, a growing number of youths have turned to entrepreneurship. So today, 84% of employed Nigerians are self-employed. I think we can clap for ourselves. Thank you. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, I personally admire our millennial and Gen Zs. I admire them so much. They're working so hard. Working so hard to make a future where they cannot take anything for granted again. So are there pathways to realizing the Nigerian dream? What should be done to unlock the economic potential of Nigeria and make the Nigerian dream a reality? It needs deliberate planning and coordinated actions. The success stories of countries like Singapore and South Korea, oh my goodness. Yes, somebody is helping me. Thank you. God bless you. Yeah. The success stories of countries like Nigeria and Singapore and South Korea show that sustainable economic process is not accidental. It is built on strategic policies, investment in education, and economic diversification. Nigeria has the natural resources and human capital to thrive, but our path forward must address the challenge of the big elephant in the room, competitiveness, as a nation in its bid to retain and attract back its best human capital resources. Nations are built by people. Let me say that again. Nations are built by people. So if you lose the best of the best that you have to other economies, who then is going to build the nation? Just like a company vies against domestic and international competitors for the best talent, so must Nigeria strive hard to retain its brilliant and most productive talents, or risk being left with the least creative, least productive, and most criminally minded remnant. I would like to repeat myself there. The same way I run a business, and I know that I am competing with other companies for the best talents, and I know that those who will win in my line of business are those who attract and retain the best people. And today, I now recognize that I'm no longer competing with other Nigerian institutions. I'm now competing with international institutions, because my people get offers from abroad and they get up and they go. My people sometimes would get an offer from abroad, and they will even live in Nigeria and earn dollars. So the same way I, as a business leader and business owner, have to face the reality that I must be competitive. It's the same way that Nigeria now needs to know that it's not everybody that was born in Nigeria or born to Nigerian parents or has a Nigerian passport that will choose to stay in Nigeria or choose to work in Nigeria or choose to retain a Nigerian identity. That choice has to be based on competitiveness. What are the most compelling factors for human capital competitiveness? Having established that nations and countries and economies are built by human beings and talents, The first one, and in coming, putting this together, I started looking at myself as an individual. And you can look at yourself as an individual and say, if you are making a choice as to where you want to live and where you want to put your family, where you want to start your business, where you want to grow, what will be my order of priority? Number one, security. I will not go where I don't feel safe. So, unless and until we fix our security challenges as a nation, we have not even begun on the journey of competitiveness as a nation. So security of lives and property, the beginning of the Nigerian dream, and to reverse the massive brain drain and Japa syndrome has to be security. Can our people be made safe again in our territory? Can our children be safe again in our schools? Can our streets be free of robbers and kidnappers? When I move away from physical security, the next thing will have to be food security and primary health care. Presently, not just our present is threatened by poverty and lack of food security. Unfortunately, there are huge implications for our future. 1 in 3 Nigerian-born children under the age of 5 is stunted physically and intellectually due to malnutrition, according to UNICEF. Similarly, and our convener mentioned the issue of productivity and national productivity. Similarly, a child born in Nigeria, according to UNICEF, as of 2022, is 36%. It's going to be 36% as productive as a child born in more developed and supportive environments. For me, that's a big shock. So if you give birth to a child in Nigeria, no matter the genes they inherit, no matter how hard they work, they have 1/3 the productive capacity of a child born in the more supportive economies of the world. So they are, look at it this way, they have 10 fingers. 7 fingers have been crippled and made unproductive for reasons that have nothing to do with the child or with the parents of the child. That is scary. The next thing is education. So after you are safe and you have been fed, the next thing you look at is education. It's a critical tool for breaking the cycle of poverty and achieving social mobility in Nigeria. For many families, investing in education is seen as the primary route to a better future. So my father was born into a family, polygamous family, very, very poor family in his village. And he got to go to school because he was a son and the first son. So the family had to ration resources and decide who will go to school and who will not go to school. And that singular decision of giving him an education made a difference to his lifestyle, made a difference to the lives of his children, made a difference to the lives of his children's children. But do you know that increasingly, unfortunately, education is no longer that differentiator that it used to be in Nigeria? Because you now have people who graduate and go out of school, and years and years and years, decades after, there is no difference to their life. What can actually make the difference? And that takes me to the next point: social mobility. This refers to, oh yes, by the way, 20 million children out of school. The figure has increased since 2022. 20 million children out of school in Nigeria, third largest in the world. Unfortunately, the other economies that came first and second are economies that are multiples of our size. So if you're looking at it as a proportion of the number of children, we're actually number 1 in the world in terms of children out of school. Now, let's come to social mobility. Will an education alone make a difference between you and, let's say, your father before you? Social mobility refers to the possibility for individuals and families to move upward or away from their erstwhile social status Specifically, it refers to how a person's socioeconomic situation improves or declines relative to that of their parents or throughout their lifetime. May be measured in terms of earnings, your income, your social class, health, and education. Sadly, majority of Nigerians are trapped from cradle to grave in a vicious cycle of poverty perpetuated by low to zero social mobility, a self-perpetuating cycle. A study by Professor Raj Shetty of Harvard University and the Brookings Institute concluded that the community where you grew up is a key determinant of your life's outcome and prospects for upward mobility, with the 4 top factors being: number 1, poverty rates in your community; number 2, stability of your family structure, broken home, dysfunctional homes versus the other; access to better schools; and then the 4th one that really drove it home for me is social capital, or economic connectedness to high-income homes, and it was found to be the biggest factor. Essentially, they found that it is hard or near impossible to aspire to what you have never seen. So if you grew up in a poor community, and everybody in that community is poor like you and hungry like you, and you never get a chance to visit the people that are higher up or to see how the other side lives, your chances of getting out of that cycle are very, very low. So it sets me thinking about some of our practices in Nigeria, such as the one in which you take a child from the village and bring him to serve in your home as a house help, or somebody from your community, comes to serve in your home as maids. I began to realize that those things are not necessarily negative. It is very important for a person to have a chance to see how the other half live, because that's where aspiration begins from. And so you now had programs in the US that were very deliberate about desegregating the minorities and the socially excluded, looking for ways in which you can embed them into communities so that they can have a way of seeing. So sometimes sports, for example, the ability to go and play sports with children from a richer school, a richer community. So it's high time we brought the children from Agege to come and play football with the children in Ikoyi and Victoria Island, because as they begin to build some kind of connection and relationship and exposure, the chances of having a future is better. There is something called the lost instance concept. And the concept essentially says, again, it has been found that you are 10 times more likely to be an inventor if you come from the top 1% family. So what then happens, it means that there are millions and millions of people who have not invented anything, not because they are not ordinarily capable of inventing, but they've never even been raised in an environment in which they can think of the possibility of inventing. For me, I run a charity. For some of the Nigerians here, it begins to stimulate your ideas as to the things that you could do. When a study that was done in the US on communities that had the highest and the lowest level of social mobility. So they took the ages and the income of people and compared with the income of their parents at that age. And a city called Charlotte had the lowest. Incidentally, that city is the headquarters of Bank of America. And Bank of America decided to look inward and find out, what is it that we have been doing? We've been here for so long, and yet our community has the lowest social mobility. And they checked their HR practices, and they discovered that they tended to hire from other communities. So they were perpetuating the same vicious cycle because the children of this community didn't, they don't exactly have the same, they don't have it. So we go and hire. They now decided that they would start picking students from that community, exposing them, giving them internships, training them, and gradually you saw that, that mobility thing began to change. So in my humble opinion, the primary responsibility of government to its citizens is to prioritize the above 4 needs above every other direct expenditure. Clearly, resources are scarce. Government simply cannot afford to finance every need of the people. However, if it can address security, if it can address food security, if it can address social mobility, and if it can address education, then it can begin to formulate policies that will address the remaining. So I am an investment banker. We invest significantly in infrastructure development. But what I'm saying to you is that if we don't fix the social investments that are necessary, all that infrastructure will not do anything for us. Remember that we appropriate policy framework to incentivize domestic and foreign investments. We can fix the big needs. What are these big needs? Infrastructure investment to support economic activities, industrialization to diversify away from crude oil dependency, by formulating an industrial master plan aimed at fostering economy diversification, enhanced and strengthened justice system, fostering and incentivizing innovation and creativity. I am saying, let's fix these ones with policy, but let government focus its scarce resources. We know the resources are scarce. Focus the scarce resources on social investments. Make sure that the people are safe. Make sure that, I think we should have compulsory education at least to JS3. By the way, free and compulsory. Should be free and it should be compulsory. Provide education, provide the social security, provide a sense of safety, and provide social mobility. Go into communities and begin to, implement programs that can desegregate and mix the people up a little bit. And we also, who are in the private sector, I gave the example of Bank of America, we, the companies, we who are in the charity, who run charities, can do the same. If we work and we focus attention on these things, we create an environment in which then we can attract investments from outside. In conclusion, with proper planning and long-term vision, Nigeria can create an environment where success is not left to chance, but fostered by policies that encourage entrepreneurship, innovation, and economic inclusivity. Generational income growth is driven by several key factors, and these can be consciously developed with political will and sustained effort. These factors once again include education, access to capital, social mobility, meritocracy, and equal opportunities for women, youths, and those from poor households. Infrastructure development addressed largely through policies that will encourage private sector investments. Innovation and technology, encouraging innovation, particularly through technology, can be a major driver of economic growth. Countries that invest in research and development and provide infrastructure for tech startups see higher rates of entrepreneurial success. And finally, policy stability and good governance. A stable policy environment encourages both local and foreign investments, which are crucial for economic growth. Corruption, policy inconsistencies, and political instability have historically undermined Nigeria's economic progress. By addressing these factors, our nation's families can create a foundation for consistent generational income growth, allowing each successive generation to build on the achievements of the previous one and drive sustainable economic growth. As I close, I want to go back to a very important point that our convener made when he introduced this event today. It is not that the poor are not working. It is not that they're not earning. It is not that they're not saving. It is that nobody has taught them what they should be saving in, where they should be directing their investments to, which communities they should be mingling with, which kind of schools they should be looking to get their children, attend. In closing, I remember when I was raising my children. By the grace of God, my youngest is 26, so I've done a good job so far. Thank you. When I was raising my children and I would go for their open day, after looking at their work, I would pick subject by subject and I would say, who is leading the class in this subject? And then my child would say, Tolani. And I would say, is she your friend? Child is, I said, so who is your friend? She will name, I say, when next I come to school, you and Tolani must be besties. I'll go to the next topic. Who is leading this class? Until we, as Nigeria, begin to foster that kind of connectedness between those who have and those who do not have, we will not begin our journey to unlocking economic potential. There is knowledge to be shared. There are connections to be shared. There are opportunities to be shared. And we're done eating alone. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. So now we heard, let me just echo a few questions. Is it possible? Is it possible? If we see it, it's possible, right? Is there a Nigerian dream? Fantastic. Please, you may be seated. Let's appreciate her once again. Please connect with your neighbor. Connect with your neighbor. We've heard about the power of connections now. How profound. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Mr. Kola Adesina, MFR. He is a consummate, thank you. He's a consummate entrepreneur with rich experiences across academia, finance, energy, trade, and diplomacy. He's an executive director at Sahara Group, a leading international energy and infrastructure conglomerate. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and Kola sits on the board of several companies in Nigeria. He's an alumnus of the Harvard Business School Executive Education Program and the Wharton School Advanced Management Program. Mr. Adesina is a recipient of national awards, including the Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and was recently appointed by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to serve as a member of the Presidential Economic Coordination Council, a body tasked with developing and implementing a comprehensive economic coordination and planning system for Nigeria. Clearly a lot of work to be done there. Please let's welcome to the platform for the first time Mr. Kola Adesina.
Okay, please be seated. First, let me say a big thank you to God Almighty for giving me the privilege to be here. And next to that, the convener, my brother, my friend, Pope. He doesn't like that name being said publicly. If God can transform Poju Emade, He can transform you as well. I think a platform like this is important for us to hear his story. I'm sure he has not told you the full story. Some of us have stories to tell, but I will not behave like the person that was changing the slide for Mrs. Toyin Sanni, who couldn't monetize the work he or she was doing. You will have to pay me to tell you. So my task is easy because It's nice to speak after somebody so eloquent, versed, knowledgeable, has seen life at the highest, and is still going far. Our last child is 26. My first child is 26. So I still have a long way to go in that space. So I'm not going to give you so much than what she's done. But by the way, please kindly give her another round of applause. Now, I went through so much to be able to stand here today because when the assignment was given, I felt, okay, what direction should this message take? And just like people that are close to me know that even till the last minute, you never can say how the thing will flow. So I flow with the Holy Spirit. So Holy Spirit is telling me that I should jettison this presentation and speak from my heart. I love the theme, to unlock potential. If you are social media compliant, there's something that is seemingly consistent in our social media in Nigeria. And what is that? Negativity, negativity, negativity. A lot of us seem not to be aware that social media is a creation for globalization, whereby the industrial world can view other worlds, other nations, without necessarily physically being there. And it's the messages that come out of the nation that is reflective of the way and manner we are treated and respected. If we market the negative stories of Nigeria and make them the headline, you can readily be assured rating agencies will take note of those headlines. You cannot continue to say to yourself, I'm poor, I'm poor, I am poor, I am poor, and you will become rich. It is absolutely impossible. The very first message I have for us is that there is a significant need for a mindset shift. Without a mindset shift, Nigeria is going nowhere. I have data, statistics I can share, but statistics, you are all familiar with statistics. You go online, you Google about Nigeria's potential, you will see everything that you probably need to read. But something is far more significant than statistics. It is your vision for your country, your view of your country. There is no better nation on planet Earth than Nigeria. There is no bigger nation than Nigeria. Years to come, people will beg and applying for visa, and we will be refusing them that we don't want you here yet. It is when we are able to sell our story in a positive manner that the world will begin to respect us. Everywhere you go, there are negative things happening. You go to the US and you have the fortune or misfortune, depending on where your interests lie politically. You listen to Trump, they're talking about dogs, pets, cats, people eating all sorts. And that's a topic for election. You understand what that means, that pets, cats, dogs. If such narrative is what we're using here in Nigeria, people will look at you and say, what's wrong with you? We have far more significant issues. But trust me 100%, and that's why my message is so simple. Everything you consider as negative in Nigeria are opportunities. When you speak to insecurity, it's an opportunity. Some security companies have been created in Nigeria, resolving security issues and benefiting from those issues. When you talk of war, people don't know Companies are making money. The longer the missile, the more the profits. If you are shooting yourself down, somebody is making money. So don't just sit back and look at Nigeria from the mirror of, cost of living crisis. Cost of living crisis, we are all here. We eat one way or the other. If it's one, cost me, whatever, we're going to survive. And trust me, when we say cost of living crisis is too much, and we're all lamenting and crying, if we hear one gunshot here, all of us will take off. Nobody wants to die. And yet we say cost of living crisis is there. So if we are here, let's be here to see those positive things happening in Nigeria. We've always spoken about crude oil. Probably one of the problems we've had is the fact that crude oil seems to have brought crude and primitive mentality into our minds. And which is why, rather than expanding the scope of opportunities and leveraging on them, we've zeroed all in that crude oil, believing that that's the only pathway to prosperity. Can we shift our minds? By the time you do a bit of research, one of the interesting things that you will see is the fact that crude oil has little to contribute to our gross national product, our GDP. The wealth of this nation is really and truly not ultimately about that, because it's just a small portion. If you know what is going on in ICT, if you know the amount of resources, the amount of money available in ICT, you will not be looking in that direction. A lot of trading opportunities are existing. When the president said he's building Lagos to Calabar Road, the media was filled up with all sorts. My own company, Sahara, we're going to establish a green city along that pathway because that's the market. It's close to the port. Windmills, solar panels, electric batteries, they can be manufactured. How do we begin to see these opportunities in spite of what we think about the politics? The politics should not dominate our mindset. The politics is a 4-year thing. The next election is 2027. Don't die before 2027. Today, before coming, I woke up again, just like I said earlier. I was thinking, what should I speak to? I said, okay, before you are going to talk about Nigeria, you have to listen to what your president has to say. And I listened. 10 clear points. And inherent in all of them are opportunities. As far as I'm concerned, they said they are putting together a national youth confab. Kola Adesina is still a young boy. I'm a youth. They have to cater. I must be in the room when such conversations are taking place, because I'll still be alive till 100. So I still have 40 years in front of me. So issues that needs to happen regarding my future, I have to be in the room to influence it. If you are not mindful enough, conscious enough of the potential that God has given you, that talent He endowed you with, day one, when you were formed in your mother's womb, you will never see opportunities around you. A lot of us, and I've cited examples like this a few times, I've had the privilege of speaking in public spaces. You're going to Ibadan. Several of us choose to do what we love to do. Some people, it's an opportunity to sleep, maybe because they didn't sleep so well. The next 1.5 hours, let me sleep. Some other persons will run commentary from Bega to Ibadan. They will say, now wow, Redeem is growing. This mountain on fire, now wow. See how large they've become. We don't even know the difference between Ibafo and Mowe. We don't know anymore. They will just run commentary all through. And then they'll say, we are in Ibadan. But another category of people will be on that same road and say, Mowe is growing. Ibafo is growing. They need food. They need water. They need shelter. Cement will sell here. Food will sell here. New business centers will sell here. There are quite a number of things that they don't have to go to Lagos Island or Ketu or Mushin to buy. I'm going to domesticate it within this environment. The same journey, 3 individuals. Everything in life is about your perspective. The potential here are just too numerous. What are you doing about those potentials? Now, for me, and Madam said it very well, trust me, If you know you want to do good in life, you have to look up at those who are doing well and not envy them, and not curse them, and not swear on them, but rather learn what they are doing better than yourself. Add that to whatever you are doing, you'll be greater than them. I was in Shomolu, born in Shomolu, menial job. My parents were very, very humble. We had days, my brother, younger brother is somewhere in the room, where we had no food, absolutely nothing to eat. So I had to go into all sorts of menial stuff to get to where I am. And one of the things I used to do, madam, was that I love that song. Across the bridge, there's no more sorrow. Across the bridge, there's no more pain. I said, okay, this bridge, on the other side is Ikoyi. I want to know what's going on there. I will leave Shomolu, a poor boy. No money in my pocket. Just to come and see the way and manner rich people live. I left my churches in Shomolu because previously I used to go to Bagada, Deeper Life, then Odolade to church. I said, if I continue like this, the things I'm going to learn, it's not going to take me to the vision I have for myself. I started attending service here at Corona here. And meanwhile, I was living in Shomolu. People will ask me, wait, the God you are looking for, is he not here? I know he's here, but it seems like those people on the other side, they are closer to heaven than... So, and without a doubt, the messages were different. Honestly. Because in Shomolu, it's witches and wizards. They will say they are coming. When they bring food to you at night, don't eat it. Oh. If you eat it, wake up. You have to fast. You have to do this. But when I started coming to Via and Ikoyi, they will say, yeah, let somebody shout hallelujah, hallelujah. You are going to prosper. Amen. You will do good. Amen. You will own houses in Ikoyi. Amen. And I didn't know that truly what I thought was a joke was real. Now I live in Ikoyi. That poor boy in Shomolu, 18 Oluwalobon Street, with a house that is bent like this, with a restroom that my wife entered and couldn't go back again, that she had to ruminate about her future, that is this man I want to go and follow? She had to think twice. But because the God I worship made me to go to Unilag, and she can see the bridge. So she saw that this guy is likely to connect to a better future, and she stayed put. Today, she's having fun. There is something good about Nigeria. Most of us will watch football. And I know that some of us love one guy so well. His name is Cristiano Ronaldo. The lovers of Ronaldo, shout Ronaldo. Thank you. Now, unfortunately, for most people, they just watch him for 90 minutes. No. Younger, far younger. But I watch his life. How is this guy living his life? The person with the best mindset for excellence in football, in the world, is no other person than Cristiano Ronaldo. The sense of discipline Cristiano has, his passion for the game, amazing. When he wants to even play penalties or free kick, those things he does are things that they were not accidental. They were there to send a message to the goalkeeper, I will kill you today. Today you will hear, you will be beating this. They are not, to you, you think, no, they are all psychological. So the guy is wondering, what kind of shot is this idiot going to come up with? And trust me, he's been able to achieve excellence. But if your own mindset is to gossip about other people, is to condemn them, to make comments that are derogatory, you cannot improve yourself when you are still in the gutter of life. You have to come out of that gutter. Clean yourself. Clean your mind. That is the place of excellence. When you need to excel in life,
Mrs. Sanni said she encourages our children to look for those who are better. That's why today, my friends, I choose them intentionally. My friends don't choose me. If I choose you as my friend and you don't want to be my friend, you are in trouble. Because I will keep looking for you. You will not rest until you become my friend. Why? You have something I don't have. When I'm chasing you, I'm looking for you. You have something better that I'm looking for, if not for any other thing. And that is why you keep seeing fewer people excel in life. Many are called, few are chosen. Do you want to be one of the few? Unlock the potential of Nigeria. When you look at our population today, the demography is very clear. The youth population, extremely very high, 70% or more. Between the ages of actually 0 and 54, that's almost 93% of our population in this country. Now, the question is, are we harvesting and nursing the best out of this youth? What are we taking away and using these youth to do? Well, guess what? People look up to government all the time. If you are looking up to government for the rest of your life, you will be a critic in chief. Critic in chiefs don't make it in life. They will criticize till they enter their graves. Because even when something is good, they will criticize it. It is now in their DNA to criticize. Whenever budgets are read, what are you looking for? Budgets are documents that inspires people in places and businesses that you are not currently thinking about. I have some businesses to share with you before I close, because it's called business opportunities, so I have to say some things. But a few things I'm going to mention are not really all in all. There are several opportunities around you. Are you looking around you? Now, in the intro that was done earlier, and thanks for that introduction, each time they call me fellow of Nigerian Society of Engineers, I always laugh within myself. This man studied insurance, international law and diplomacy, business management, but now they call me engineer. Why? Curiosity, you and I were told, reading idiomatic expressions and the rest of it, they say it kills the cat. No, curiosity makes a great man. If you are not curious enough, if you are not incentivized enough to look around you and wonder why certain things are happening, how they are happening, what are people doing to make them happen, you will miss it. And I am just naturally, intellectually curious. Around me are books. First love, books. Second love, books. Third love, books. Why? They are teaching me things I don't know. So are you curious enough? The data that we always share, I'm sorry, I don't know whether I will burst bubbles, but me, I will say it. Nigerians don't read manuals. So data doesn't mean so much to Nigerians. That's why when you see them showing statistics, they'll just be looking at you like this. They'll just say, summarize the content. That's why when we buy phones, we just remove the phone, throw the box away, remove the charger. The manual, we don't read. That's the way we are. So what do you need to do? You have to be curious. Your brain, you're using so infinitesimally small portion of your brain. What are you using your brain to do? So my intention is to provoke you, challenge you. Don't have this multiple business mindset. A lot of us will say, I want to be in several places at the same time. It's a lie. You can only do one thing very well at any point in time. It is after you've grown in that area to the stage of maturity that you start to look elsewhere. You're not expanding. But you have quite a number of people, they don't know enough of what they are doing, but yet they will be putting their eyes there, putting their mind, and ultimately they lose everything. You cannot grow when you have eyes behind your back. You can only grow when you can look in front of you. What is there that you have the talent to do that you can do very well? On it. Work on it. Nurture it. Seek solutions from better persons. What have they done? Modify it. Create value. Add value. There's something most people don't speak to. And listen to me on this one. If you multiply value rather than adding value, you will be a billionaire. I repeat, if you multiply value rather than add value, you will be a multi-billionaire. Why? Multiplication is superior to addition. So what are you able to multiply around you? When you taste somebody's food and you see people go to that particular restaurant and you feel the food is not good enough, that's an opportunity. Rather than you go to the restaurant and say, the food of this person is not good, it doesn't taste well. Okay, you go and make it become better. There's nothing called the best. It doesn't exist. It's just a figment of our imagination. The best is yet to come. Insofar we are alive, we will keep chasing it. We will never get there. No matter how good you are, you cannot be sufficiently capable enough to knowing everything and doing everything. So please, focus. Another key point, which is very vital, you must have a growth mindset. And a growth mindset starts back again to the fundamentals, because these principles are important before I give you the business opportunities. If you are not solving a customer's pain, you can never make gain in life. The only place where you can receive gain without pain is when you die. Because if you're not solving somebody's pain, then who are you? So for every pain my customers have, they represent opportunity for gain for me. So what are you doing in recognizing those pains, which is what curiosity will help you unfold? But what are you doing? And then how do you now take that pain away? In taking that pain away, the customer will be willing to put his or her hand in his pocket to give you that money. We are all competing for the same money. And interestingly, I heard something in New York last week. This will stun you. If I ask most of you here, what is the biggest impediment to business opportunity? Most of you will say funding. I've been told by those who know that $146 trillion is flying around and floating around the world looking for where to birth. I repeat, it's not 146 billion, $146 trillion. I had a meeting with a community I recently joined. It's called the Adaptive Intelligence Community. These young people, they went to Wharton, Harvard, the best schools in the world. And this group was created for the purpose of ensuring that the community of the world, the rest of the world, can adapt quickly, intelligently, and then we can multiply the benefits few people are enjoying today. And guess what? The outcome of this, my dinner meeting, showed. This guy just simply said, Kola, we see what you're doing. We see your passion for your country. We see the love you have for your country. You've used the platform of even Wharton to market Nigeria. We are prepared to put $3 billion into any venture of your choice. Now, all because of what? All because of the fact that money loves nothing else but money. It is not charity. Remember, we are ready to put money that we will take back. It's not money as gift, no freebie. When people start to give you free lunch, there's something, a catch somewhere, every time. So they are ready to put money because they believe they will recover that money. Now, invariably, is your value proposition good enough that people that have money will be willing to pull out their money? I go to a very touchy one now as I begin to go into the key area so that I conclude very well by God's grace. Integrity is everything, no? A lot of us, we just assume that we can bamboozle people and all that. Yeah, so easy to read. Most successful businessmen, and I mean really successful, that went through the hard knock of life to achieve success, they can see a fake person so easily. And few questions they will ask you, you will fall. If you are not a person of integrity, don't make business opportunity your forte. Go and do something that is regular, be paid salaries every month, so that there won't be any problem in the land. Your reputation will not be destroyed. So and it is true one means, it means know yourself. So it's not everybody that is cut out to do business. So, I repeat, it's not everybody that is cut out to do business. High risk, high returns. Low risk, low returns. No risk, no return. If your job is one that to step down from here down here is a risk, please don't go into business. So, because in business, we'll be jumping from 30th story down, and there won't be any pillow or whatever to receive us. We'll just believe that we will get down and nothing will happen to us. That's a kind of venture, because you can't have enough information. You can't have all the information. Research is good. I hear that every time. Do business research. Research will only probably show you at best 70% of what you need to see. But the 30%, from my own experience, they count more than the 70%. And which is why integrity is far more powerful. Integrity is not documented. It's something that comes out of people's behavior. The younger generation will say, fake it till you make it. If you come to me with a business proposal and you brought a G-Wagon, you are wearing Richard Mille, Gucci shoes, and all the paraphernalia of beauty. And you say, okay, sir, things are tough. So I have decided to diversify, okay? So I have this business proposal. That's diversification to 419. G-Wagon, Gucci, Richard Mille. Bros, I will only preach to you. 0 you will not get. If you are lucky, you will take Fanta in my house. And if you are so lucky, I'll put an ice block inside it. Beyond that, nothing for you. So all these ingredients are so useful, because you see that people are successful and you're wondering how and why. You must also have this seemingly inexhaustible hope and aspiration. The most optimistic people in the world are businessmen, because we're futurists. We're only hoping and believing that everything will be equal. And more often than not, from experience, all things are never equal. Things happen, curveballs come. Your preparedness and adaptiveness, your resilience, your knowledge will all now bail you out. And speaking of knowledge, I have people in the room, some of the people that were my friends in the university, we went to school together. They are professors. I have them as friends. Why? They are my sounding board for my ideas. When we were in school, they taught us theory and practice. Theory, they know. Practice, I've seen. New theories, I don't know. So I go to them. I compare to what is happening practically. We're leaning on each other to grow. Knowledge is inexhaustible. You can never learn enough. They say it's a knowledge economy. It is. AI is here. Are you learning? A young man came to my house yesterday. He studied software engineering. And I felt, okay, we're now talking. Nigeria truly has a future. Are you familiar with AI? How are you interacting with AI to optimize your business? Technology. The biggest element that is going to change our lives so dramatically, so fast, is technology. Look at the libraries today. Our libraries are filled up with books that are now in our phone. Previously, all of us would go to the libraries. I used to go to our library, I'll pick one book here, because I've not finished it. I'll go and hide it in engineering, so that I'll go back tomorrow to read it. Technology just made me look foolish. It's not accessible. It's accessible. What previously was inaccessible, we needed to build big spaces. We don't need that anymore. Technology is shrinking things. It's making things easier, making things better, making things cheaper, making things smaller. And talking about smallness, that technology is making things smaller does not mean our brain too should become smaller. Our brain is big enough to capture opportunities that are available everywhere. I give you some interesting ones. So those of you that have pens, that like to write, so that you say, Kola Adesina did not give us any opportunity. He just came and he left. These motivational speakers. May God help us from them. The first thing I have here by example of opportunity, Digital Skills and Training Center. If you open Digital Skill and Training Center to teach coding, data science, digital marketing, and other relevant skills to young Nigerians, you will be closing the digital skill gap, you'll be making money. If you have an incubator, an accelerator business, you need to provide training, guidance, as well as potential funding to young Nigerians who want to learn skills, particularly technological and technical skills. You can do the business of selling materials on skills to the global market. You have to provide materials like videos or books on local skills, such as cooking Nigerian meals. And by the way, if you go to America, most of the things you eat there, they're fabricated somehow. But Nigerian meals, some of us are so Nigerian that when we're in America, we just want to eat Nigerian food. So we'll be looking for Nigerian meals. So if you can create a video for training for people to be able to cook Nigerian meals, speak Nigerian languages or dialect, such an opportunity is very, very useful. It's about you pushing the Nigerian culture to the global audience. Agro-processing. If you invest in agro-processing facilities for crops such as cassava, maize, rice, and tomato, you can add value, multiply value, and ultimately reduce post-harvest losses, a challenge. You're converting it to an opportunity. You can do this through food packaging, milling, and turning raw materials to finished products, which is the bane of the Nigerian environment, business environment. We're still exporting raw materials. Nobody does that anymore. If you are not a converter of raw materials to finished goods, you cannot in any way become a prosperous nation. The prosperity of Nigeria lies in our ability to convert raw materials that are currently available inland to finished products. We need to take the knowledge our Nigerian citizens are learning from Harvard and the rest of them, bring them home, convert these natural resources to finished products, sell to the world. Export and import. That's the equation of prosperity for any nation. If you are exporting more than you are importing, you become prosperous. If you are importing more than you are exporting, no matter what government policy is, you will never become prosperous. It's just that simple. Eco-friendly packaging is important. You start a business of biodegradable or recyclable packaging materials, you're really going to make it because you'll be meeting the rising demand for sustainable packaging in food, in retail and e-commerce industries. Logistics and supply management. Logistics is still a major problem in Nigeria. I'm sure most of us know this. But you don't have to jump into it the way some of us jumped into it the early days of our business career. We went into it blindly. We didn't have all the information required. And of course, we lost money. But when you invest in warehouses, transportation, and cold chain solutions, you are going to grow your trade in a voluminous manner. Mental health and wellness services. You know, economic downturn has a way of creating depression, and that is becoming a real problem. Are you there to provide a solution? Because somebody is looking for help. So are you that person that is going to be able to establish online therapy platforms or mental health wellness center to address this growing awareness of mental health within the country? mini grids and off-grid power solution. That's my theater of operation, so I'm not going to say so much so that you don't go and do the things I want to do. But because I don't want to be completely selfish, I will just say it one more time. Mini grid and off-grid solution. E-gaming and animation, of course, you know, young and tech-savvy population, they love games. The opportunity that exists here is really very competitive, but you need to know something about game development and animation. This is very critical. There are opportunities there, and some of these things, they don't require so much to start. Just think about it. Hopefully, most of us will start to become billionaires. But when you become one, remember I said it, my own commission is 1%, I'm not God, don't give me 10. Set up cultural and tourism businesses that focus on promoting Nigeria's natural beauty, the historical landmark and rich cultural heritage to both locals and foreigners. I've not seen a nation as beautiful as Nigeria, honestly. You know, I've traveled wide and far, I've gone to all the continents of the world. Trust me, after 3 days, I'm eager to come back. My body is just itching me that I must go back home. I must go back home. And this is the same home that some people are living, which is why you can see the very funny conundrum in Nigeria. Expatriates, foreigners are coming in to come and take away the wealth of Nigeria and send back home. Nigerians are going out to go and keep the money abroad. So, you see, Japa is not bad, please. Let's make it a policy, a directive policy of government. And what do I mean here? Government will actually intentionally create an atmosphere for people to Japa and then get the knowledge there and Japa that. That way, whatever they've learned, we will use within our country. China has done that incredibly well. China realized that they had obsolete knowledge, very outdated model of orientation. They had to send their people out intentionally. And that's why when you go to any of these international schools, global schools, you will see them banded together. Chinese people are always together. And they'll just be speaking their languages. They'll just say meow, meow. You know. And if you check, hardly do they stay in America. As a matter of fact, the percentage of people that stay back is about just 4%. And you know the irony? The 4% is equally state-driven. It's the state that will say, don't leave, just stay there. So that you will be telling us what is going on. Information is power. You don't understand the quality and the value of information. You need it as a nation. We can only become competitive when we have the adequate information and not just having the information, using that information. Renewable energy solution, like I've mentioned earlier, I know some people wrote it down. I saw some people scribbling things they want to do in Lagos, Calabar Road. Please come to me, I will not say it again. Something can be done in that axis around electric cars, batteries, and the rest of them. Windmills, so many things can be done on that part. Deliberately, intentional, clear, and executable policies. Those things you can influence government to do. Agricultural technology, in terms of agri-tech, agriculture is still the biggest earner for Nigeria. It's the one generating the biggest resources, whether you and I like it or not. Most of us don't want to be called farmers. I'm a farmer. I own a small greenhouse tomato farm. So people call me engineer. I'm a farmer as well, so please join us in this regard. Drone monitoring is useful. Irrigation systems, very vital. Data-driven solutions, essential. Organic skincare products, women. If you know the amount of money spent on skincare and beauty by Nigerian women, you will know that the so-called cost of living crisis does not exist. People only choose to put their money in what they love to do. That's all. It's about choices. So they just realize that, look, what is happening now is displacement. Displacement is making people a bit jittery, that is not going to affect cost of skin products. So skincare is an area of interest you should all look at and make sure that you are able to do it intelligently by growing interest in more natural beauty products and domesticating it in Nigeria. Business process outsourcing, of course, no company knows it all. No company can do everything on their own. So there is a way that you need to outsource certain areas. As a matter of fact, I really encourage global industries, unicorns particularly, to make themselves a process organization. Invariably, you are taking in information, converting to raw materials, but again, you are sending out your people as ambassadors to different places to learn new things. Few of them will come back and make your organization bigger and better. Mobile retail units, you have to create mobile retail businesses in terms of food trucks, mobile tailoring, or grocery vans, as well as bringing goods and services directly to customers. People have become lazy, so they don't want to go out again. They need you to bring everything to them. That's an opportunity for you, though it's equally an healthcare problem, but we'll solve that as an opportunity equally. Pharmaceutical distribution, food, clothing, shelter. The next one is health. People want to stay alive. Everybody wants to stay alive no matter what the risk is. The chemists, they are still making money, whether you like it or not. So how do you work around that in terms of hospitals, rural clinics, and solving distribution gaps in the healthcare sector? Personal shopping, you can start a personal shopping business. Some of us don't know how to give gifts. So if you start it, run it, monetize it, we'll use you to buy gifts for some of our friends. Moving entertainment meetups. These are some very interesting ideas. But there is the last one, or maybe two, that I need to speak about as I close. There's a Nigerian, I saw the video yesterday, Dr. Ahmed Ninolowo, who did something so unique. He did the first stroke intervention in Nigeria, a surgery. There is a clot in the brain, and this Nigerian, in Nigeria, after schooling abroad, has an hospital here, and is able to remove the clot in the brain in this country. And he learned this abroad, and is back here. Meanwhile, some of his colleagues are still there, probably earning salaries. Now, he's solving a problem. A lot of people have challenges around you. Those challenges, whilst you need to pray and fast for those challenges to go away, there are certain steps you probably need to take. You need to see it as an opportunity. A friend of mine, another good egmo of mine, Dr. John Mabayoje, was sharing something on a platform, Tony Ranta platform, which I belong to, and he spoke about machine tools, where a Dr. Harmon Straker created the emergency bed where he can calculate the weight of people and the rest of them in the process of any surgery and the rest of all those things. And he's just an orthopedic surgeon. But beneath his hospital, he had this machine tool mindset where he goes to, meets the patient, finishes, go back there, machine tools, fabrication. And similarly, John Mabayoje has done exactly the same thing. He has an hospital he's building in Oyo State, and he has this machine tool mentality in this area as well. Vocational studies used to be the central base of our industrial agenda in Nigeria. At a point in time, we lost it because everybody now wanted white-collar job. We now wanted to be accountant, whether chartered or scattered. We now wanted, so everybody just wanted to just be holding the pen. And you know, if you want to truly make it in life and unlock the potential available around you, your hands were created for a reason. You must use this hand to do something. What are you using your hand to do? The prospect, the beauty of Nigeria lies in our hands, not in the hand of government. Government will only do the best they can do. The resources of state are not enough, and they know it. To be able to allocate it in multiple areas is a challenge. And historically, there have been fundamental, foundational errors made in this country that has led us into this mess. Because when we had money abundantly, rather than use the money to create wealth for the future and build infrastructures that will turn around the future of this country, we started doling out money. We started giving out money to everybody. And meanwhile, other nations, as they were making the money, they had the deliberate plan of supporting entrepreneurs who were ready to take risk. The risk of Nigeria's failure is in our hands. The potential of Nigeria's future is equally in our hands. Like I said, the best nation on planet Earth is Nigeria. I will love her till the rest of my life. I will serve her. And I will do everything humanly conceivable in my own corner to build the Nigeria of my dream. Please join me and others in doing this. God bless you all.
My name is Wamaka Ali. So I joined the Covenant Nation Community Group, the Expectant Moms Group. Actually, that year, I wasn't sure of the group to join because in 2020, I joined the Working Mothers Group. And while I joined, it was during COVID and there was lockdown and all. So I was even pregnant then, but I lost the child, yeah. So when the community group came up again, I wasn't sure of which group to join because really, I was like, I can't join, Working Mothers Group again. In fact, I wasn't going to join any group. When I now saw that they added more groups, and Expectant Mom was one of the groups they added, and I was pregnant then, so I was really excited. So I joined the group, and it was really, really fulfilling for me because I had people that could relate with what I was going through, my past. We had people who shared their experience of what had happened to them in the past. So for me, it was a huge blessing, because I was scared all over again. My first child is about 6 years old. She's turning 6 soon. And it felt like I wasn't going to have another child because the fear, it was my 5th pregnancy, actually. And this is number 2. So the fear of, is this going to happen again? The 2020 experience, you just start counting all the experiences I had. And, joining our faiths together as women, it was really, I had this rest of mind because I can remember the last time I was pregnant, I couldn't pray, I could only praise. And I knew something was off, but I couldn't just, pinpoint. But at this point now, you had a community of women who were pregnant too, going through the same thing. And joining our faith together, it meant a lot to me. We clocked in to pray, we clocked in for confessions. So we had, there were parts where we had lectures about pregnancies, what to expect, nurturing your child. It was really interesting. It was educative. Don't just join, okay? Also share your experience, share your story. It might, bless someone. It might be what someone actually needs to hear. So basically, don't do life alone. Join a community group and you would be blessed.
Hi, my name is Sunday Uloko, and I actually joined the New Managers Community Group, and that group was actually, for me, it was impactful, it was a blessing. I joined the New Managers Community Group because of I had the opportunity to be a team lead in my place of work, and that actually requires a whole lot for me to manage people and to also deploy projects. For the New Managers Community Group, I learned how to manage my time, also how to also manage my boss. We learned how to also brand my platform, support, and do a whole lot. There was a particular time I was also given a project, and that project actually needed to fly within a short period of time. What I actually learned from the New Managers Community Group helped me to scale up the project, and for me it was a success. I even got feedbacks from my colleagues and all of my team members, my place of work, that they actually loved the project. For me also, New Managers Group was also a fun. We had hangouts with my colleagues, my friends, which I actually met there, and it was also a blessing. I also learned that how to serve people, a whole lot which I cannot even tell you out there, but I want to actually encourage you that you should actually join the New Managers Community Group or any other community group that actually fits in, because there is a whole lot of community group out there. You will never regret it. You're going to meet new people, you're going to meet, you're going to learn new things, you're going to learn spiritual things, you're going to learn a whole lot of things on how to manage your life and even your career and a whole lot. So don't think about it twice. Just click on the link and register.
A round of applause, please, yes, for the Covenant community groups. Those are just highlighting 2 of 52 unique groups affecting all aspects of life, from spiritual to physical to professional. So please join one today, the Covenant community groups. We're still live here at the platform Nigeria. We are here at the Covenant Christian, the Covenant Nation, Igomu, Lagos. Our next speaker is Dr. Charles Omole. Dr. Charles Omole is an accomplished lawyer, public policy strategist, and international reform expert with extensive global footprint, having worked in over 40 countries with governments, international institutions, and the private sector. I beg your pardon, please. Our next speaker is Professor Fatima Waziri Azi. Please, a round of applause for her. If it's not loud enough, I would not continue. Professor Fatima Waziri Azi is a distinguished academic, a published author, legal practitioner, human rights activist, and the immediate past Director General of the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons. She's a professor of public law at the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, and she has a doctorate degree in law from the University of Pittsburgh, USA. Between 2019 and 2021, Professor Waziri Azi served as a senior special assistant to the former President Muhammadu Buhari on the rule of law in the office of the Vice President. Professor Waziri Azi's career has been dedicated to safeguarding the human rights of marginalized groups by implementing sustainable institutional reforms that enhance people-centered access to justice, harnessing the power of the law as a force for positive change. Please welcome, for the first time to the platform, Professor Waziri Azi as she takes the stage. A warm round of applause, please.
Please be seated. Good morning, the Covenant Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to share the stage with so many other distinguished speakers who have come before. For years, I have watched the platform on television, so I thank Pastor Poju and Toyin Oyemade for inviting me. It is truly a pleasure to be here. Although I have only 30 minutes to speak, I decided to merge 2 issues and address a topic that strikes at the very heart of our national development, which is the dangerous role of corruption in driving human trafficking, its profound implications, and the solution that can lead to a brighter tomorrow. So as we gather here today on Independence Day to deliberate on the future of our great nation, it is also imperative to recognize and confront the twin evils of human trafficking and corruption, both of which undermines our collective aspiration for progress, stability, and prosperity. The 2 previous speakers, Mr. Adesina and Dr. Sanni, in passing talked about the Japa syndrome. And I noticed that a lot of times when Japa comes up, people laugh, but it's serious business. In my role as Director General of NAPTIP, I saw a lot of young people get into trouble just because of this thing called Japa. Now, human trafficking, as we know, is a crime that preys on the most vulnerable members of our society. It is an appalling violation of human rights that destroys lives and erodes the social fabric of our communities. Corruption, on the other hand, is the insidious force that perpetrates this crime, enabling traffickers to operate with impunity, weakening our institutions and stalling our development. So in the next 25 minutes or so, I'll explore the critical nexus between human trafficking and corruption, examine its far-reaching impacts on national development, propose solutions that can break this deadly circle, and I will end with the role you all can play that can help unlock the potential to effectively deal with these issues. Next slide, please. So to comprehend the complex relationship between human trafficking and corruption, it is essential to understand what these terms mean so we can recognize their manifestation. So human trafficking is not just statistics. It is the faces, the stories, the hopes of those who suffer. And we must recognize its intricacies, how it thrives in the shadows, exploiting desperation and fear. And we must recognize that behind every case, there is a human face. Now, a lot of people, understand human trafficking as the movement of persons from one place to another, whether within or outside the borders of a country of origin for the purpose of exploitation. However, it is more complex than that because human trafficking involves the recruitment, the transportation, the transfer, the harboring, and the receipt of persons. It could be through the means of whether fraud, force, coercion, deception, abuse of power, or vulnerability, or giving and receiving of benefits for the sole purpose of exploitation. Now, let me break this down further. For an act to qualify as human trafficking, it must have three key elements. So we have the act, what is done, which is whether it's the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt. Then we have the means, what is done. So through, or rather how it's done. So it could be through fraud, through deceit, through coercion, through abuse of power. Then we have the purpose, why it's done, which, like I said, solely for exploitation. So to further distinguish, and this goes to the very young people here in the house and those probably watching on TV or online, when you pay someone, you enter into a transaction with a smuggler to take you into a country where you are neither the citizen or a legal resident. You are not a victim of human trafficking. You are a smuggled migrant, and that in itself is a crime. When you enter another country outside the migratory framework of that country, probably you use false documentation or you overstay on your visa, you are not a victim of human trafficking. You are an irregular migrant, which is also a crime. So it is clear that human trafficking is an entire value chain with different people playing different roles in the exploitation process, thereby creating that opportunity for corruption, which I'll speak on in a little bit. Next slide, please. So human trafficking is one of the most profitable criminal enterprises in the world, generating a yearly revenue of around $150 billion. Let me put this in perspective by doing a very vivid back-of-the-envelope calculation. So imagine one trafficker controls 50 girls. Each of these girls are forced to have sexual relationship with, say, 15 men a day at perhaps $50 per man. So which means one victim generates an income of $750 a day. Now multiply that by 50 girls. It gives you $37,500 a day. So let's assume these girls are forced to work for, say, 20 days in a month. Multiply that, it gives you $750,000 US dollars a month. Crazy, right? Now, Nigeria, unfortunately, has become a significant source, transit, and destination country for trafficked persons, particularly women and children, who are subjected to the traditional form of trafficking as we know them. Next slide, please. So whether it's sexual exploitation, forced labor, debt bondage, domestic servitude, buying and selling of persons, child pornography, or organ harvesting. However, human trafficking has continued to evolve in line with globalization and in terms of demand and supply, especially with digital transformation, which has led to a massive online explosion. So what that means is that traffickers now operate online as much as they do offline, meaning traffickers now have access to a wider pool of persons. So human trafficking, as it is traditionally understood, has progressed, and current trends of human trafficking include fake online job and scholarship advertorials. We have human trafficking fueled cyber fraud, and this is where traffickers lure victims and through deceit, of course, and force them to work as online scammers. We have trafficking through sports. We have orphanage trafficking, the use of flyers to recruit victims, then peer-to-peer recruitment for organ harvesting. And organ harvesting, I believe, is a crime that everyone should be aware of so that you can, in turn, educate others about it, because there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation about organ donation and organ transplantation. In fact, this past March, NAPTIP, which is National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, commenced the prosecution of the first ever organ harvesting case involving a very popular Abuja-based hospital. The case is still being prosecuted, but there's a lot of information regarding this case online that you can read about. And finally, we have what is referred to as sextortion. So let's talk about the crime of sextortion for a little bit. Sextortion is a crime that occurs when someone threatens to distribute the nudes or private videos of another person, except that person either, grants them some sexual favors or pays them money. And sextortion is a global problem affecting mostly children and teenagers and has led to a high rate of suicide amongst children. In Nigeria, sextortion affects mostly young adults, especially university students. In 2023, which was just last year, the U.S. National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received 26,400 reports of financial sextortion, including 6,100 financial sextortion from Nigeria, which amounts to 23% of the global sextortion reports that were received in 2023. And this is extremely disturbing. In fact, this past August, Meta, so the owners of Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Threads, removed about 63,000 Instagram accounts in Nigeria attempting to target people with financial sextortion scams, including a coordinated network of around 2,500 accounts. It also removed 1,300 Facebook accounts, 200 Facebook pages, and 5,700 Facebook groups, also based in Nigeria, that are providing tips. So you see, sextortion is now a big business in Nigeria that provide tips to people interested in the sextortion scam business. So please think about that when next you become extremely friendly and trusting, with that person you just met, that good friend you just met online, to the extent of wanting to share your private content with them. Please don't. Now, corruption, on the other hand, next slide, please, is the abuse of power for private gain, and it takes many forms, ranging from the minor use of influence to institutionalized bribery, including behaviors or practices such as bribery, nepotism, collusion, fraud, embezzlement, self-dealing, trading in influence, and misappropriation of public resources. So corruption erodes public trust, it weakens institutions, and undermines the rule of law. Now, in the context of human trafficking, next slide, corruption provides the enabling environment that allows the crime to be invisible, enables the impunity of offenders, and ensures the re-victimization of victims of human trafficking. Corruption facilitates trafficking and aids the flow of people by weakening counter-human trafficking measures. For the business of human trafficking to thrive, it feeds off a broken system and relies on exploiting legal loopholes, collusion with law enforcement, judicial complications, and trafficker impunity. Now, since corruption is central to the success of traffickers, it becomes a necessary investment for criminals. And this could be in form of accepting or transferring bribes, facilitating transactions, obstruction of justice, complicity, or ignoring the facts to act when a crime is taking place. So corruption at different stages of trafficking involves a chain of corrupt actors. It is present from the initial planning to where a victim is trafficked and exploitation begins. Next slide, please. We have so go back. You're on the right slide. So we have the recruitment stage, which is the first step in trafficking. And traffickers use various methods and antics to recruit their victims, which could be, like I said, online or offline. And it is at this stage that the person becomes a victim. Corruption here is likely to take the form of complicity from duty bearers whose responsibility it is to ensure acts like this do not take place. We have the next stage, which is the transport and transfer stage, which may also involve the internal or external movement of persons. For internal trafficking, the mode of transportation is mostly by road, and for external trafficking, the mode of transportation can be by road, by sea, and by air. Commercial luxury buses, boats, and ferry owners can be complicit in the process by allowing the use of their transportation mode to feed the trafficking of people for bribes and other illegal payments. Now, with trans-border trafficking of persons, it is during border crossings that corruption often is the most likely and profitable. And these transit routes provide the entry points for the involvement of additional actors, such as immigration officers at both sides of the border and other non-state actors, taking bribes from traffickers or even partnering directly with traffickers. Then we have the third stage, which is the exploitation. And this is the final stage of trafficking and occurs when victims reach the destination, allowing exploitation to take place. And in the case of sexual exploitation, traffickers usually rely on networks of hotel and brothel owners to supply victims for a fee or use their premises to exploit them, receiving a percentage of money generated by the victims, who are mostly women and girls. In my role as Director General NAPTIP, we only handled one case of a 26-year-old man who was trafficked to Bahrain for sexual exploitation. Of course, it was the same story. He was told there was a job waiting for him in Bahrain in an oil company. On getting there, he found himself in a brothel. And when he tried to explain to the woman that, no, this was not what I was told by, the agent and all that, the woman was like, young man, I don't know what you're talking about. I paid for you, so you have to work here. And this young man was forced to work in a brothel for 6 months, and he was made to have sexual relationship with 20 women a day. So he wakes up in the morning, and they inject him, they pump him up with drugs so that he can have the ability to have sexual relationship with that many women. So he was able to escape. Somebody helped him. He was able to escape after 6 months, came back to Nigeria and reported the case to NAPTIP. And with the information and intel he shared with us, we were able to arrest 2 different trafficking rings, one in Anambra and one in Lagos. For labor exploitation, the conditions are equally brutal. Victims are literally dealt with as slaves. So let's look at the impact of corruption on counter-trafficking efforts, which is multifaceted and insidious, hindering progress at every turn with far-reaching implications for our country. Nation building, as we know, requires strong, transparent institutions, the rule of law, and a commitment to justice and human dignity. and corruption erodes these foundations by, first, undermining victim identification and protection, whereby corrupt officials accept bribes from traffickers to turn a blind eye to their activities, making it easier for traffickers to operate without detection, sharing information about potential investigations, or tipping traffickers off about raids. It also fosters corruption within victim protection services, such as shelters and homes, which can compromise the safety and security of victims. For example, corrupt staff may exploit victims for financial gain, intimidate them, thereby creating a climate of fear and distrust, discouraging victims from coming forward and making it harder for law enforcement to identify and protect them. It hinders prosecution of traffickers, where offenders bribe law enforcement officials to overlook their criminal activities, and this can result in cases being dropped, charges being reduced, or lenient sentences being imposed, thereby failing to hold traffickers accountable. And also, corruption may lead to the misallocation or diversion of funds intended for anti-trafficking programs and initiatives. It also leads to the lack of support for victims because of corrupt practices through the misallocation or diversion of funds, resources, and services intended for victim support programs, which reduces the availability of protective services for trafficking victims. And there are instances where victims are even forced to pay bribes or provide sexual favors for assistance or protection, thereby undermining their rights, their dignity, and their well-being. Now, what are the solutions for addressing corruption in the context of human trafficking? And I have come up with some key solutions. We need to strengthen our legal framework. Domestic laws on trafficking in persons should be in line with international standards concerning trafficking in persons and corruption. As such, the Nigerian Trafficking in Persons Act should be amended to include corruption-related human trafficking issues by criminalizing acts by public officials who use their office or position to impede investigation, prosecution, or the execution of a lawful order. We have transparency and integrity framework for public officials at risk, which should be established and strengthened. So institutions all across Nigeria, mostly federal institutions, have what is called the Anti-Corruption Transparency Unit. We have it in sectors like NAPTIP, in Nigerian Police Force, and Nigerian Immigration Services. And these sectors I just mentioned are at-risk sectors when it has to do with human trafficking. So the actors in these sectors should be empowered to investigate and report corruption-related human trafficking cases. Number 3, human trafficking is increasingly recognized as a predicate offense for money laundering, meaning the proceeds derived from this illicit activity are often laundered to disguise their illegal origin through cash incentive businesses. As such, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, and NAPTIP must continue to jointly address and investigate human trafficking and corruption issues with particular focus on at-risk sectors like travel agencies, tour operators, and labor recruitment agencies. And the reason why these three sectors I just mentioned are at-risk sectors is because historically these are sectors that have been abused and they are used to traffic young Nigerian men and women abroad under the guise of a better life. Number 4, the National Action Plan on Human Trafficking and the National Anti-Corruption Strategy should be inclusive of strategies that address trafficking in persons and vice versa, because an integrated action plan ensures a holistic approach to tackling human trafficking and related corruption. And by addressing both issues simultaneously, efforts are more coordinated and effective. Then corruption issues should be investigated side by side the investigation of human trafficking. Corruption involving public officials may be referred to the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission for investigation and prosecution. Also, there should be in place a strong whistleblower and witness protection mechanism that allows victims and the public expose and report cases of corruption. Protection mechanisms give whistleblowers and witnesses the confidence to report incidents of corruption without fear or retaliation or harm. Then we have the recruitment process of officers who work at risk sectors must be stringent and transparent, and that includes officers who work in whether it's the anti-corruption or anti-trafficking institutions, also prosecutors, investigators, and judicial officers. And upon recruitment, they should be subjected to regular performance evaluation and, of course, sporadic polygraph tests. We know that polygraph tests are not admissible in court. They are just integrity tests. But then with a polygraph result, it gives clarity. So you understand those who are compromised or those who have the ability to be compromised. And this brings me to a call to action. So human trafficking happens in plain sight. It is far more prevalent, complex, and close to home than most of us realize, and we all need to pay attention because we need to make the decision that tells us who we are as a people and as a nation, because we are all implicated in this problem. I remember Mr. Adesina talked about government not being able to do everything. Of course, to have a holistic solution for anything, there has to be a whole of government and whole of society approach. And when we talk about issues of human trafficking, it is a crime that happens mostly at the community level. It is a crime that happens in homes. We've seen cases where parents traffic their own children, sisters traffic their own sisters, nephews, nieces are trafficked by uncles or aunts, whether it is directly or indirectly. So in as much as government, they have their own role at the macro level, the work has to be done by you and I. So we can keep strengthening our legal frameworks and law enforcement capacities, promote transparency, accountability, and integrity amongst public officers, and enhance investigation of corruption-related human trafficking issues. But ladies and gentlemen, this change cannot happen on its own. And I implore each one of you to please take minimalist actions, support governmental and non-governmental organizations working tirelessly to combat human trafficking issues in Nigeria. We have government institutions, we have NAPTIP, we have the police, we have the immigration, the Nigerian Immigration Service. For the non-governmental sectors, there are a number of NGOs that work in these areas. So they need our support. Educate yourself. Knowledge is power. Learn about the science of human trafficking, the tactics traffickers use, and the resources available to victims. The more you know, the better equipped you are to recognize and report suspicious activities. Spread awareness by using your voice. Share information about human trafficking with your friends, your family, and community. Social media is a powerful tool. You don't just use social media to badmouth your country, like Mr. Adesina pointed out. You can also use social media to spread awareness about issues of human trafficking. Amplify the voices of survivors and spread the message that trafficking will not be tolerated. A lot of times I see young people, posting on social media saying, oh, please, I want to go to Europe. Anybody that can help me get to Europe, I'm happy to connect with that person. And like I said, human traffickers have moved from offline to online. And the reason why they are online is because they can have a wider pool of victims. A lot of the victims that I interacted with in my role as DJ NAPTIP, they met their traffickers online. So traffickers just go online, they post. Sometimes they actively hunt. Sometimes they just catfish. So we have to be careful about what we put online or the categories of people we interact with. Support victims. Many organizations are working tirelessly to rescue and rehabilitate victims of human trafficking. Consider donating your time, your money, or resources to these groups. Even small contributions can make a big difference in a victim's life. Do not judge them by their circumstances. Instead, offer empathy and understanding. I know a lot of people have this notion, when you talk about human trafficking, they say, oh, it's about prostitution. No, human trafficking is not about prostitution. Human trafficking is a crime. It is a crime against individuals. It is a crime against communities. It is a crime against the country, and it is a crime against families. And with even though I said in my role as NAPTIP, I only came across one case of a man that was trafficked for sexual exploitation. A lot of people who are trafficked for labor exploitations are men. And whether it's sexual exploitation or labor exploitation, how will I even say, the situation is really, really brutal. When you are forced to work for 20 or 21 hours a day, you don't call that a job anymore. That is slavery in itself. Then also be vigilant. Pay attention to your surroundings and trust your instincts. If something doesn't seem right, report it. Your alertness could save a life. Advocate for change. Support businesses that are committed to ethical practices and hold those that aren't accountable, especially those who use underage children for exploitative work. We have a crisis in Nigeria when it has to do with the use of underage children for domestic work. People use kids to take care of kids. People use 10-year-olds, 9-year-olds in their homes to do all sorts of exploitative work. Then start at home. Human trafficking can begin with the exploitation of vulnerable individuals in the privacy of homes who are trapped in a circle of domestic servitude or debt bondage. So debt bondage usually involves when somebody facilitates your travel, whether within Nigeria or outside Nigeria for labor purposes. Then when you get there, they tell you, oh, you have to work for a year. That person, that broker, whether it's a broker or an agent, will collect your salary for a year or 2 years before the victim even starts earning salary for themselves. And that happens a lot with house helps, people who patronize agents. So if somebody brings you a help and insists that you pay that money to them, know at the back of your mind that you are also facilitating human trafficking. That is what is called debt bondage. Then become a mentor or support programs that provide mentorship to at-risk youths. Positive role models can make a significant difference. There is no greater legacy than to help someone else win. Don't just look for miracles. Become someone else's miracle. And stay committed. The fight against human trafficking is a long one. It requires persistence and dedication. Don't let the enormity of the problem discourage you. Every action counts. Every voice matters. And remember that small power can be meaningful power. Your small actions become an instrument for your own visibility, your own steadiness and sense of connection. It is how we grow, because individual actions, when combined, can have a profound impact on combating human trafficking and helping survivors rebuild their lives. So in closing, let me be clear. Combating human trafficking in Nigeria is not a choice. It is a moral imperative. The role corruption plays in enabling human trafficking represents a formidable challenge to Nigeria's nation-building efforts. However, it is a challenge that we can and must overcome. and may our collective efforts pave the way for a better and safer Nigeria. Thank you and happy independence.
Please keep appreciating her. Thank you so much, ma'am. You may be seated, please. Thank you for that very expository intervention this morning. You know, it's powerful because the connection for me is that as we talk about unlocking the potential of Nigeria, we must know and take a stand against things that leak that potential. We must fight against things that erode the potential of our country. That's why that is truly a powerful intervention this morning. Thank you so much, ma'am. And on a lighter note, if all of our professors looked like you, ma'am, we would like to be in school. Our next speaker is no stranger to the platform. He is Dr. Charles Omole. He's an accomplished lawyer. Thank you on his behalf. He's an accomplished lawyer, public policy strategist, institutional reform expert with an extensive global footprint, having worked in over 40 countries with governments, international organizations, and the private sector. Dr. Omole is the Director General of the Institute for Police and Security Policy Research, where he leads initiatives that foster collaboration between law enforcement, the military, security practitioners, academia, and the private sector across Africa. His expertise is recognized globally as a consultant and rostered expert for the United Nations and the United Nations Development Programme on institutional transformation, law and order, and security sector reform. He has also served as National Security and Intelligence Reform Advisor to the Speaker of Nigeria's Federal House of Representatives in the ninth session of the National Assembly. Please welcome once again to the platform, Dr. Charles Omole.
Thank you very much. When Pastor Koju told me about today's event, you know, Pastor Koju is very clever. He allowed you to say yes to come in before telling you the topic. So I'd already said yes, and then much later the topic came. But the first thing I did was that I remember I was going to Europe at that time, so I downloaded quite a few on YouTube, previous editions of Platform. And I was surprised, well, not surprised, reminded of the various brilliant submissions by different speakers in time past. So I asked myself, what else is left there to say that has not been said? I also asked myself, you know, what have we done as a nation with those past brilliant solutions? So that quickly took me to what I want to talk about today. I want to be an outlier today. I don't want to be sector specific. I just want to talk in a philosophical sense and frame some philosophical challenge for all of us as a nation. But before I start, I want to tell you 4 quick stories. Those stories resonate with you as I speak later. The first story, a particular lawmaker felt that the hospital in his local government did not have any scanner. In fact, hospitals in 3 local government areas, you know, actually there was no scanner. So he contributed to refurbish the hospital and then purchase a scanner for them to give to customers for free, to use for free. About 6 weeks later, someone called his office that the scanner had broken down. So the lawmaker called the supplier and said, I thought this was a new machine. He said, yes. So they went to check, they fixed it. It started working again. 3 months later, it was called again that the machine had broken down again. So this time around, he sent a team to investigate. And they came back to him that the machine was being deliberately sabotaged by the staff of the hospital because they had local private scanning centers that they were sending patients to. And they were being given a particular amount for every patient they send. So since that scanner for free was installed, they lost money. So they kept sabotaging the free scanner, and then during that period, direct people back to those private centers. That's the first story. I'll join it up later. Just bear that in mind. Second story, the government felt that we need some infrastructure in the country. So there is a rail, there's a third Niger bridge that was built. And for those of you who are not aware, within 3 months of the third Niger bridge being opened, the metal railings started going missing. So people went there to sabotage it. Bear that story in mind. Story number 2. Third story. While I was working with the National Assembly, there was a particular lawmaker I met. I'm being deliberately vague here because it's still in the National Assembly. We were talking one day and he said, he said, Doctor, I said, yeah. He said, do you notice that many of the longest serving lawmakers in the National Assembly are from the North? I said, I have not done the research. He said, yes, most of them are from the North. I said, why is that? He said, you see, the problem with you Southerners is, he said there are too many educated and qualified people in your constituency. So after you've done one term, 10 people are already queuing up to tell you, get out of the way, it's my turn. He said, but in my own area, I'm the only graduate and I love it that way. So imagine giving that lawmaker the job of reviving education in his community. Now, I've said these 4 stories to exemplify the problem called Nigeria. For every problem we face as a nation, there are 2 solutions, two activities that work together. And I need you to write those 2 words down. One is what I call the technical solution. Second is what I call the adaptive solution. So the title of my exposition this morning is The Adaptive Challenge to Unlocking National Potential. The adaptive challenge to unlocking national potential. You see, technical changes or challenges are things that tend in the construct of a nation that mainly government is responsible for. So the hospital needs a scanner. What is the technical solution? I can't hear you. Good. The country doesn't have rail infrastructure. What's the technical solution? Country is lacking in bridges that link cities together. What's the technical solution? Now, you can see here, those are technical solutions. And a lot of the submissions over the years on this platform have provided a lot of such technical solutions. But for a nation like Nigeria, there is a bigger problem. And that's what I call the adaptive challenge. And that's what I want to focus on today. If by any chance I can't finish my notes, I will put it up on my Twitter handle at Dr. C. Omole for you to download free, because I don't see how I can finish it looking at the time. But let's proceed. Adaptive challenge. Adaptive challenge deals with how we mentally interact with a technical solution that's been provided. And today I'm going to be talking about the 10 toxic mindsets that I've seen in Nigeria that means that no technical solution will work until those mindsets are changed. In fact, one of the stories I didn't tell you, right? I did say 4 stories, right? How many did I tell you? You see, you are not paying attention. The 4th story, because I was about saying something that I was going to link to the 4th story. The 4th story was, there's a country in Africa called Kenya. So they changed their constitution many years ago, and because of massive corruption, they decided to change the electoral system so that everything, including transmission, is electronic. And the idea was that with electronic transmission, there will be no more electoral malpractices. Guess what? The second term presidential election of Uhuru Kenyatta was nullified by the Supreme Court for malpractices. And if you read through the legal documents, one of the things that stood out for me was that the chairman of their IEBC, that's the equivalent of INEC, his login was used over 100 times across the country in different cities to log into the computer system. So, you created a technical solution called electronic transmission, but the adaptive change has not occurred. So the same people who are bent on rigged election are in charge of the electronic system. So what is happening is we are providing a lot of technical solutions in Nigeria, but until our mindset as a people change, no technical solution will work. So when many of you go around talking about, oh, we need electronic transmission of result, I laugh. There are countries that have it, and elections is still rigged. Back in the United Kingdom, we voted, when I was living there, we voted with pencil and paper, not even biro. Pencil and paper, which means people with the right adaptive mindset will make any system work. People with wrong adaptive mindset will frustrate every system. And that is the problem we face in Nigeria. Adaptive changes are difficult to come by. And I think that is the challenge we face as a country. Every country have implemented changes at different times. There are countries that introduced compulsory wearing of seatbelt. People rebelled against it to start with, but they engaged in a certain program that changed the mindset of the people, and now people wear seatbelt. There are countries that made drinking of alcohol above a particular level and driving an offense. Of course, people rebel against it, but there are adaptive programs put together by the government. People now see drinking and driving as a wrong thing. They didn't see that before. So the challenge here is this. Technical problems are more about finding a solution, whereas adaptive challenges are about changing the way we think, the way we work, the way we address and interact with those technical solutions. You see, Nigeria, we face a particular unique challenge. 61% of our population today were not born before 1999. We have a massive population who never lived under the military. You call them Gen Z. And many of them, of course, believe they're always right. That the older people don't know anything. Oh, you old people, you are the one that caused the problem of our country. Well, before you throw stones at the old people, let me throw my own stone first. You know, at the Declaration of Independence in the United States, we call some people the founding what? Founding fathers. Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, James Monroe, Aaron Burr, Thomas Jefferson, these are all founding fathers. But at the Declaration of Independence, which of course later on they wrote the Constitution, but at the Declaration of Independence, do you know something about them that many people don't realize? Alexander Hamilton was 21 years old. James Madison was 25 years old. James Monroe was 18 years old. Aaron Burr was 20 years old. I can go. These were the founding fathers that birthed a new nation. You Gen Z, what are you birthing? I need to challenge our young people to understand that people younger than you have been foundations of forming a new nation. But what are young people specializing in? But the old people, I'm coming for you next. So, talking about technical solutions, there are lots we can learn from different nations of the world. In fact, the beauty of being in a developing nation at this time is the fact that we don't have to reinvent the wheel across many areas. Things that took people 50 years, we can do it in 5 days because the solutions are already there. So when you hear some people say, after all, it took America so many, 100 years to achieve, so we should repeat the same thing. So the issue here is this. Technically, we need to diversify our economy. We can learn lessons from, say, UAE, that diversified this economy beyond oil. We need to strengthen good governance and fight corruption. Of course, good lesson from Singapore on that. We need to invest in human capital development. Lessons from South Korea, with emphasis on education and skill development. We need to improve our infrastructure. Well, a very good example is China that improved its infrastructure. We need to promote political stability. Rwanda is a very good example in Africa of a country that achieved that. We need to leverage on technology and innovation. Estonia is a very good example where 100% of government services can be interacted and obtained online. You don't need to physically go anywhere. We need to strengthen our healthcare and social welfare. Cuba is a very good country in terms of healthcare. We need to embrace industrialization and local manufacturing. Of course, after the war, Germany was a very good example of that. We need to improve ease of doing business. Well, we need to learn from New Zealand on that. We need to focus on renewable energy and sustainability. Denmark is a very good example. We need to build strong regional and international partnership. Well, the European Union is an example of that. So I've just run through all that to say we are not short of technical solutions to our problem as a country. Now I want to focus on my thesis for today, the adaptive solutions and challenges. The biggest problem and hindrances to unlocking the potential of Nigeria are less technical, but more adaptive. So, what are the toxic mindsets that seems to have stifled the development of this nation? What are the toxic mindsets that means if we don't change those mindsets, it doesn't matter the innovation government bring, it doesn't matter the technical solution we deliver, we will not unleash our potential as a nation. Number one, complacency. Development stagnates when citizens become content with status quo and do not strive for improvement or innovation. This is exemplified by accepting poor standard rather than pushing for improvement. Nigeria is a nation of people who are complacent, massively. Some of these mindset I will skip, some I would address in greater detail. Second mindset, entitlement mentality. Entitlement mentality, a mindset in which individuals believe the government or others owe them support without personally being responsible or contributing anything. This discourages initiative and self-reliance. The amnesty program is an example, and the palliative culture in Nigeria is an example. People are entitled. You should speak to people who are from, say, Niger Delta, the way they talk about oil. You see, there are things in this country that I don't think we are ready for certain honest conversation yet. You know, in the Niger Delta, they blame a lot of things on the oil companies. Yes, they have their own culpability. But on a first-hand basis, I have documents, I've seen documents, where oil companies will earmark, I'm talking of years past, we earmark money for local amenities. The moment they bring any outsider as a contractor to deliver that local amenity, the local people will say no. They will sabotage it. So they will get a local chief or a local person and give that person the contract. They won't do it. And yet, it's the oil company that's at fault. Am I saying they have no culpability? Yes, they do. You know how much money they pay to the government that is not used for local development? How much they pay locally that is never used? All I'm simply saying is this. A lot of people who claim to have been fighting for Niger Delta are people who have enriched themselves personally. Look at all of them. All the so-called militant leaders. They are multimillionaires now. When they were fighting for our people. When they make money, it's my money. So it's time we all wake up and understand that we need to change this entitlement mentality. The third mentality, resistance to change. Resistance to change. Nigeria is a nation where people just want to do things the way they've always done it. The fact that it doesn't work is irrelevant. You know, they are resistant to change. They must do it the same way their forefathers do it. You know, you've heard the story of the woman with that wanted to cook a chicken and has a big microwave or oven at home and started breaking the leg of the chicken, broke the chicken to smaller bits before putting it inside the microwave or oven. So the young daughter looking at her said, "Mom, why are you breaking the legs of the chicken before cooking it?" The woman said, "That's the way I saw my mom do it." Luckily, the grandmother was alive. So the young girl went to meet the grandmother and said, "Grandma, this is what mom did. Why do you break the leg of the chicken before cooking it?" The grandmother said, "That's how I saw my mom do it." Luckily for the girl, the great-grandmother was alive. So she went to the great-grandmother and asked the same question. Then the great-grandmother said, oh, before the war, the oven we had was very tiny. The chicken couldn't fit into the oven hole. So we had to break it into pieces so that it can fit into the small oven. Now there's a big microwave that's still breaking the leg of the chicken. Talking about resistance to, exactly. It's important that a lot of people in Nigeria are like that. And this resistance to change, the institution that embodies this the most in Nigeria today is the civil service. Well, the civil service in this country is a major stumbling block. And only those, you see, if you don't interact with them, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying. While I was working in the National Assembly, I remember after I came and I was onboarded, their tiny salary they were paying, the first salary I was paid was 6 months later. That's the first salary. So I said, what took them 6 months? Apparently, the onboarding process meant your file had to go to different departments. And the file had to go to those departments, paper file. So if you want to find out the status of your process, you have to call every department. You have to look for your file. Everything was done manually. Let me tell you one more thing. The salaries then was paid. What I mean then? I'm talking about night assembly. We're not talking about 50 years ago here. The salary every month was paid by the staff taking cash to the bank every month. Okay, for those of you who have accounts with GT, they will carry cash in Ghana must go to GT to pay your salaries. Things you can do by transferring. They thrive in obscurity, and opacity is their key word. They make simple things complicated. Resistance to change. We are not moving ahead if we don't reform these institutions. The fourth toxic mindset, corruption tolerance. Corruption tolerance. I think it's so bad in Nigeria now that if you are not corrupt, you look like a fool. You know, in fact, you are the exception. That's how bad it is. People now just expect it. And when I mean corruption tolerance, don't just look at politicians alone. You are the security guard in a bank or anywhere. In fact, in places in Abuja, if you go out, unless you're able to tip those security guards, there's no parking space for you. And those are private establishments. Corruption tolerance. Number 5, lack of civic engagement. Lack of civic engagement. Now, this is slightly better, especially with the Gen Zs. It's a lot better. They're more engaged in the polity than they used to be. So that's an excellent point for the young people. But civic engagement also means there has to be a bit more civility to our engagement. You see, if you go online, sometime when I want to look for trouble, I say some things online. And those of you follow me, you know they come for me all the time. I'm not bothered. Because if you disagree with my point, we can engage. But what do you see? Look at his coconut head. And he called himself a doctor. You know, there is abuse galore. That's what many of our young people know. Such that the issue at hand, nobody is talking about it. Is it right? Is it wrong? What's your view? They have no view. They just want to vent and abuse you as though you are the president. You know, I remember when the minimum wage thing was going on and Labour was asking for almost 700 and something thousand. I said, look, this thing cannot be more than between 50 and 70. Otherwise, the economy will suffer. Come, I trended for 3 days. Come and see the abuse. Rather than engage to ask me what data am I basing that prediction on? And eventually what I predicted happened. But all they were just doing was abuse. You are the problem of Nigeria. You see, the one that makes me, that's very funny is that sometimes when I see some of those very bad abuses, I just out of curiosity, I go and check the profile of the person. He has 3 followers. So I'm telling myself, you know, so I don't even bother responding with your 3 followers, you know. So these are the young people that are supposed to be learning. Find out why you thinking this way. No, it's abuse. Abuse galore. And many of you online, you know that. They do that a lot. And the moment you resort to that, you disengage from discussion. You know, you disengage from discussion. Lack of civic engagement. Number 6, the 6th toxic mindset. Colonial mentality. Always preferring values and goods from foreign countries. Our import culture in Nigeria is largely due to colonial mentality. But this colonial mentality is more ingrained than you think. A few years back, I met a friend who just started a business. And within 6 months of starting that business, he told me one big contract in Nigeria. So I said, tell me the magic now. 6 months, even people who have been in the business for 5 years, they're still looking for such contract. Do you know somebody? He said, no. So what did you do? He was living in England then. So he said, this is what he did. He set up his company, used some contact to bid for the contract. So he was shortlisted to among 10 companies to come and make a presentation. He said, so he looked at his neighbor. He lived in a place called Hertfordshire outside London. So he looked at his neighbor, he's a good friend. He said, do you want a holiday to Africa? That one said, yes. He said, okay, come with me. He said, I'm going to give you a free holiday to Nigeria. You follow me everywhere I go, but don't say a word. The neighbor, who is a taxi driver, said, who doesn't like Gibetati? So he flew him to Nigeria, said, put him in an hotel, all that. So every presentation he went to make, and on the day he went to defend the bid, he took him along, introduced him as his partner. And the guy was just smiling throughout the meeting. Because technically, he doesn't know what the war is there for. So by the time they finished, he got a call that he won. He asked him, what did you say? What did you prefer? He said, Oga said, that one that has the expatriate, that's the one we want. Colonial, exactly. So anytime you see a white man with a business, a Nigerian presenting business, query the white man. Make sure he's able to talk. For all you know, it could be his neighbor. But the point I'm making is, Nigerians prefer things that are not Nigerian, even though inferior to Nigerian. You know, there are terms, for example, the colonial mentality have made almost a crime. For example, if I tell you somebody is an herbalist, what comes to your mind? Eh? Aha, you see yourself? Is your pharmacist not an herbalist? No, it's true. I grew up with my grandparents, and my grandfather, I've not seen that illness that you will have, that he will go into the bush. He knows what bark of tree, what leaf, everything to boil together. I've not seen that malaria, it will clear. If drinking it doesn't clear it, it will make you bath with it. Those of you old enough know what I'm talking about. All your sweat, you are sweating of malaria, you know, and no Western medication. Those are herbalists. But because of colonial mentality, you will ignore that is easy and free. You are complaining that tablet is now 50,000 naira per tablet, when you could easily get it for free. Colonial. Number 7, sectarian or tribal loyalties. Sectarian or tribal loyalties. This is a particularly big problem. We have people who believe it must be their person, regardless of the competence. I was telling somebody yesterday, I said, if a disease called the H disease, there's no such disease, I'm just using that for illustration. If there's a disease called the H disease was found in the Niger Delta today, and government set up an agency to eradicate that disease, I said, if the top 5 experts in the world, H disease are northerners, the Niger Delta people, many of them will still prefer their local person to head their agency, even though he knows nothing about the disease, than to bring a northerner who's the #1 expert. Why? Tribal and sectarian loyalties. That's what Nigeria has become. Where when somebody is appointed to a post, it's not, let's check his pedigree. Is he competent to do it? The first thing is, which state is he from? How are we ever going to develop like that when we don't use our best brains, but we're now using people that we know? You see, the irony of it all is this. This is the irony. Go and check all the people who have been presidents of Nigeria. There's no correlation between you being a president and your locality developing. There's no correlation at all. Go and check. Those of you remember the road to Abeokuta after Obasanjo finished 8 years as president. It was a terrible road. So what am I saying? Go to Otuoke after Jonathan finished. So this idea that my own person must be the president or must be in this position, regardless of whether he's competent or not, is a toxic mentality that we need to change. Number 8, short-term focus. Short-term focus. Many years back, I was at a seminar and I met somebody who was then on the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund. And he was talking about how they have $2, $3 or whatever $billion, in the account uninvested. So I asked him, I said, why are you having all this money uninvested? He said the problem is the government told them that they must only invest in something that will bring return within 4 years, so that the return will happen while I'm in government. You have sovereign wealth fund in countries investing in 30-year projects, 40-year projects. We are too short-term in our focus and mentality as a people. Even in our planning, it's the same thing, short-term focus. You see one government start something, the next government will come and reverse it. Is that not what got us into trouble with the Ogun State government? When one government signed a contract, the next one came and, regardless of the merit, canceled the contract. Now Nigeria is in trouble for it. We can't continue like this. Number 9, quickly, mediocrity mentality. mediocrity acceptance. You know, we're really in trouble when people begin to applaud governors for paying salaries. That is the height of mediocrity. Are they not supposed to pay people who have worked for them? And governors now put paying salary on time as part of their achievement. And we are accepting it. Number 10, because of time, environmental negligence. Now, this is not about the green lobby or about pro or anti-climate change. What I'm saying is this about that environmental negligence. Regardless of whether you believe human activity is causing climate change or not, it's irrelevant. We all accept that climate is changing. Therefore, we need to do something about it. And many Nigerians are not bothered about that. So what are the solutions? For that, you will have to go to my Twitter handle because I have 12 solutions and I have 2 minutes left. So I'm not going to go into that. But the entire 15-page note will be uploaded this afternoon, and you can download it there for free. But to close, this is what I want to say. I've said that Nigeria is not short of technical solutions. Both past programs and even today, they will give you a lot of technical solutions. The problem we have is what? Our mindset. We've not adapted our mindset towards development. We've not adapted our mindset toward positivity. But this is the problem. Who are responsible for this? The old people. But you know what? The young people have now been indoctrinated in the same toxic mindset. So the disease that afflicted the old is now within you. And that is the challenge we face. You cannot solve a problem with the same mentality that created it. If we say these toxic mindsets are mindsets of our adults, ask yourself as a young person, are you afflicted by those same mindsets? How have you improved on your own mindset? But I will say this, the solution starts with leadership. The leadership have to exemplify what it is they want the young people to learn. When you see my 12 solutions, you will see that the number 1 there is about leadership, about government. So I'm not absolving them of it at all. I'm merely saying we are all in this together. So there are lots of technical solutions for problems of Nigeria, but more importantly, for Nigeria to move forward, for us to achieve our potential as a nation, we all need to change our mindset and adapt our thinking towards development and prosperity of the nation. Thank you for your time.
I've been privileged to join. I've been privileged to join the Working Mothers Community Group for 2 semesters now. The impact of the community group in my life has been awesome. I have 2 instances that I would like to share. The first one was the personal branding class we took in one of the semesters, and we talked about a whole lot of things, and with that personal branding class, I took the tips and I got a promotion at work. Secondly was a particular topic, I think it was intimacy in marriage. We had so many people come in to share their personal experiences, and I was really, really happy to share mine too. And I met a particular lady. She wasn't a doctor. She was in that particular place at a particular time in her life, and she gave me practical tips, practical things I could do to get out of that particular thing. It was an hormonal issue that I had, and I put in the work, and I can tell you for free that now I'm in a very happy place, in a safe place. I was excited. I would like to tell you that it's important to join a community group if you want to be in a safe place, if you want to learn, if you want to unlearn, if you need acceptance, safety. It is a safe place for me. It could be a safe place for you too.
Okay, my name is Yohanjo Layoni, and I led the Senior Manager Community Group. I would like to say during the process of leading the Senior Manager Community Group, I actually, I met someone, Paul, and Paul was actually the president of the Project Management Institute of Nigeria. So that was how I actually met Paul. So when we're talking about the fact that I know Paul one, everybody was wondering, how did you know Paul one? I was like, well, welcome to my world. I knew him in the Senior Manager Community Group. And everyone was wondering, oh, what's the Senior Manager Community Group all about? And I'm like trying to tell them, okay, it's a community group for senior managers, preparing you for the C-suite and getting you ready for the next level in your career and all that. So it was actually a wow moment, and I was like, wow, this is actually really it. So I'm inviting you to come and join the Covenant Community Group, and I'm sure your time there will not be a waste. We have different groups you can join. We have the educators, the millennials, the women in leadership. So I'm inviting you to come and join the community group, and I'm assuring you that your time at the community group will never be a waste. Thank you.
We have highlighted 4 of 52 groups that have about 130 further subgroups, just so that you find the right group in the right phase of life with the right set of goals that you seek to achieve in whatever phase you are. So please go ahead to the covenantcommunitygroups.com and register. Our next speaker for today is Mr. Roman Osegale. He's an accomplished architect, consultant, and business analyst, currently serving as the head consultant at IntelServe, a Canadian consultancy firm that he founded. He holds a master's degree in architecture and an executive MBA from the Telford School of Management at the University of Ottawa, Canada. Mr. Osegale is a trained business survey analyst specializing in analyzing companies and economies to help reposition them for profitability. In addition to his consulting work, he conducts research and writes extensively on economics and development. Once again, the platform hashtags to join the conversation online are the platform NG and Unlock Capital NG. So once again, let us welcome to the platform Mr. Roman Osegale.
Please be seated. I need the glass. Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to thank Pastor Oyemade and Mrs. Oyemade for inviting me to come over to the platform again. I was first here in 2017, May 1st and October 1st, 2017. I'm a very passionate person about Nigeria, on how to see Nigeria succeed.
But to succeed at something, you need to know where to look at, where the problems are. You see, to solve a problem, you must first understand the root cause of the problem, and you must understand how the system and mechanism works. Within the system and mechanism, my job is to identify the problem and the root cause using big data, how the problem started, where we are at the moment, and the likelihood of what will happen in the future if things remain on the same trajectory. Sometimes I have to go back 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, in some cases 30 to 40 years, mining big data to identify these problems. But in the case of Nigeria, I went back 64 years. Trust me, at the end of this, I'm not going to give a talk. I'm actually going to teach a class. So you're all my students for the next 40 minutes. Now, in 2018, the Bill Gates Foundation made a statement, Mr. Gates made the statement that Nigeria and the DRC will account for 40% of the people living in extreme poverty by 2050. Now, that got me thinking, and I sat down and said, okay, so we're going to have 5 presidents between 2018 and 2050. And President Buhari will finish in 2023. There will be 3 presidents each that will do 8-year tenure. And then the last president will be in his 3rd year in office. So how come he's telling us what will happen in 2050? Does he know whether we're going to bring the brightest minds? Does he know if we are going to bring people from the World Bank, IMF, World Trade Organizations, the best Harvard, the best Yale students to come and lead us? But he told us that based on one thing, the consistency of the data that he's seen, right? And that if you continue on this trajectory, this is what is going to happen. And congratulations. As of this morning, right, if you look at the world poverty clock, the DRC has overtaken Nigeria with 71.2 million people living in extreme poverty, and Nigeria has 70.8 million people. Those 2 countries, they have large deposits of mineral resources, but yet they are going to what? Account for 40% of people living in extreme poverty by 2050. So please, can you load my slides, please? Okay. Now, if you look at the slides, Nigeria has accumulated a trade deficit of $137.33 billion between 2014 and date. The last time we had trade deficit was in 1981, 13.96 billion from 1981 to 1983. And we suffered that trade deficit and the end of the oil boom for 23 years. But this is the thing. I tell people the problem has not started. Now, we've been recording trade deficits since 2014, accumulated to 137.33 billion US dollars. Now, Mr. Kola Adesina made a statement with all the promises of the talk he gave, but he made a statement that I held on to. He said, if you export more than you import, you will become what? Prosperous. And if you import more than you export, you can never become prosperous. So what is your trade deficit? Your trade deficit or balance of trade is when you import more than you export. This is the bane of all the problems we are facing. But you see, as I said earlier, my job is to help you. So what am I going to do today? I'm going to take you back to how the problem started. And the problem didn't start today. We're going to go back to 1960. Sorry, the slides? Okay. So when we discovered oil in Olibiri in River State, We never concentrated on crude oil. In fact, agriculture accounted for 54.7% of our exports and 75% of our external earnings, which meant that we were very productive. We were a very productive nation. We worked the farm, we harvested, and we sold and we exported. So we never depended on one particular commodity to give us what? To give us the external earnings, which is the US dollars. We had the granite pyramids of Kano, we had the cocoa in the southwest, and we had the oil palms in the southeast. We were prosperous. Productivity. Now, next slide, please. If you look at the graph, you'll find out one thing. Our GDP increased from 4.2 billion in 1960 to 6.63 billion in 1969. The only time it reduced was 67 and 68. Why? The Civil War, right? By 1969, even while the Civil War had not ended, the 1969 GDP had overtaken the 1966 GDP. But guess what? All this happened even while crude oil prices dropped from $1.63 in 1960 to $1.27 in 1969. So we had a 22.1% decrease in crude oil prices and 58% increase in what? In our GDP. We were growing productivity. So basically what happens is that in a productive economy, recessions don't last too long. Because what? You have products that are needed. But all that changed from the 70s. Next slide, please. So what changed it? In 1973, you need to take notes because most of you, Mr. Omole said, about, is it 61 or 69% of the population now were born after when? Good. So most of you don't even know this. This is the bane of the problem we are facing today. Now, this was where Nigeria's problem started from. In 1973, so what is the Yom Kippur War? The Arab nations ganged up, like what is happening now in Gaza, right? They ganged up and attacked Israel. While they attacked Israel, the U.S. supported them. The U.S. supported Israel, right? And to punish Israel, they ganged up and said, to punish the U.S. rather, they ganged up and said they were not going to sell crude oil to the United States and the West. Now, what was driving up the cost of crude oil then? The U.S. depended on crude oil for its industrialization. And because of that ban to export crude oil to the U.S., what basically happened was that the U.S. turned to countries, the Western world turned to countries like Nigeria to fill in that gap. And next slide. And because of that, crude oil jumped from $1.27 in 1970. By 1974, it was $11. For those of us who are old enough, this was when the sitting head of state made the famous statement that money was not our problem, but what? How to spend it. Now, when money comes from hard work, of sweat and productivity, you will know how to invest it. You will know that you don't have to spend frivolously. When you sleep at 1 a.m. and wake up at 4, you will know that you have to invest for the rainy days. Sometimes I get home like 10, I sleep for like 2 hours, I wake up 12, and I work till 3 a.m. You want to tell me if I make money, I will throw it around anyhow? So, what was the implication of this? Nigeria switched from what is called a productive economy to a rent-seeking economy. So what is rent-seeking? Rent-seeking is an economic concept that occurs when an entity seeks to gain added wealth without any reciprocal contribution of what? Productivity. And I'll say this. You see all this banditry, all this stuff we're facing today, ain't gonna stop. I'll be very honest with you. I'll read something to you. There are 5 or 6 consequences of a rent-seeking economy. 1, reduced economic efficiency through misallocation of resources. You see that happening in Nigeria, doesn't it? 2, reduced wealth creation. The gap between the rich and poor is huge. 3, lost government revenue. We are not interested in collecting IGRs, right? We just want to sell oil and share. 4, heightened income inequality. You have the high and mighty, and you have the lows. And then the last one, which scares me, potential national decline. We will continue on that trajectory until we go back to productivity. You can never find a person who is productive and stupid, or who is productive and useless. Next slide, please. So, this is your crude oil price. I'm going to help you identify some certain things. Now, apart from 1960 to 1969, every other place you see a red, right, is a year. 1974, $11, 1980, $35, 1990, $22. These are when some major events happened. I'll crack a joke. 2 angels were watching down while people were praying around 5 a.m. And as the 2 angels were listening, one said, where's that continent? The other one said, oh, it's Africa. Yeah, but that country. Said, oh, it's Nigeria. So where is he praying from? Well, that place is called Asorok. So why is he praying for war? So the other angel now said, oh, no, he's not praying for war for his people. He's praying for war in the Middle East. Like, why? Well, he's been in office for like 3 years, and his people seem he's not doing anything. So without war in the Middle East, his economy can't grow. It's a joke, right? But it's the truth. You see, go back to the slide, please. You see, all these years where you have growth, right? Go and look at the trajectory. You find out that there's one major war or destabilization in the Middle East that causes the oil not to flow to the west, and then the forces of demand and supply comes in, and as the forces of demand and supply comes in, what? But the end of the joke was this. The other angel now said, well, we answered his prayer, but we're not going to give him quantities. Now, the 2 things that have always determined the success of one, but those 2 things have 2 factors that have always determined the success of any administration, head of state, government, and anybody in power in Nigeria. The price and quantities of crude oil. If price is on your side, you will seem as if you are doing something good. Go to the next slide after that. I want to explain something. Now, this is your GDP, right? You see that the graphs have the same trajectory, right? That tells you that crude oil determines everything you do in Nigeria. If price is on your side and quantities is on your side, you will seem as if you are performing in office. You would boast, oh, my economy had 7% growth. So when any leader comes to you and say, oh, we had this GDP, we had that GDP, we had this growth, ask them what was the price of crude oil and what quantities did you sell? Did you develop any products that you exported? Did you support the local manufacturing industries? What policies did you bring up to ramp up local manufacturing? Most of them, they don't have it. They simply don't. So let's go on. So now, can we bypass this? We'll come back to it, please. Okay. No, next slide, please. Okay. Now, so because of the demand from the industrialized West and the subsequent wars in the Middle East, oil price remained relatively high till 1979. And in 1979, another event will happen, the return of the Ayatollah. So in 1979, the Ayatollah overthrew the Shah of Iran. Iran used to be a very moderate, liberal country until the Ayatollah came back, overthrew the Shah. The people during the revolution, they overturned the US embassy, held 66 people hostage, and then I think 54 of them were held for over a year. That was why Jimmy Carter lost in the 1979 election and Reagan came in. And that is the bane of the two countries' relationship till tomorrow, because America felt like they were humiliated by the Iranians. So oil cut off from Iran to the West again. And what happened afterwards? Go to the next slide, please. Oil jumped up to what? To $35.32 from just $1.21 in 1970. Who won't do hard work when somebody can be paying you? You just give your oil wells to the multinationals. They pay you royalty every month. You sleep, you wake up by 12. You put gin and juice on your side and you sip, and you can steal a little bit of naira, a little bit of dollars, and stash them abroad. That was what all our leaders started doing. So basically, what did they do? Between 1979 and 1983, when the military came in, right? No, please, don't go to this slide yet. You know how Fela will say, they use big grammar to confuse you. Misadministration, maladministration, and all that stuff, right? All what they were doing was stealing. In fact, 16 billion between 1979 and 1983 that got missing. So, you see, when wealth is not from productivity, it is not sustainable. And it is productivity that provides the solid foundation to retain and multiply wealth. Easy come, easy go. So in 1980, another event happened again. Iran went to war. These are the wars that have shaped our economy. In 1980, Iran went to war with Iraq. And that was when the crude oil prices now got to that $35.52. So what did the US do? To curb the growing inflation, because the crude oil price is proportional to your inflation. It causes inflation. Once they increase prices, you find out that inflation starts to happen in the economy. So to curb inflation, the United States, and with the United States overdependence on crude oil because of industrialization and the direct correlation between price of crude oil and inflation, the Reagan administration moved in with tight monetary policy in an effort to fight mounting inflation, and this led to the 1980 United States recession. So what followed afterwards? The oil boom of the 70s came to an end. The U.S. went into recession, and between 1979 and 1981, oil consumption reduced in the industrialized world by 13%. OPEC was in crisis. U.S. passed policies to start drilling oil and cut down on importation of crude oil from 46.5% in 1977 to 28% in 1982, creating an oil glut. Please take note of this, for we are going to see a similar thing again. So, can you show me the slide, please? Can you go back, please? I need something. Go back, go back. Go back, go back. Okay, stop here. Now, as oil prices crashed, our GDP started crashing too. Now, by 1990, or let me say by 1989, GDP was just 44 billion. That was just 27% of what it was in 1981. And then by 1993, it was just 27 billion, just 16% of what it was in 1981. And as all this were going on, what was happening? Population was increasing. So we were all getting poorer in per capita income. Next slide, please. So you can see, even today, the Nigerian GDP per capita of 1981 is higher than where we are today. So that means that in 43 years, right, we're now poorer than we were in 1981. And congratulations. Even as you celebrate 64 years of independence, our currency has devalued by 273,000% between 1981 and now. A currency was once stronger than in 1981. So please put back the slides. So you see, go forward, please. Go forward. Okay, stop here. You see, petrodollars is quick and easy money, but dangerous in the hands of men without vision. Note that I did not use the word leaders. Why? A leader builds and plans for the future generations. But men who find themselves in the position of power without a vision amass wealth for themselves at the expense of future generations. This is Singapore. I'll take a cue from Lee Kuan Yew. When Lee Kuan Yew became Prime Minister of Singapore, he said, I had two choices. Either to put my family on Forbes list or to move Singapore from a third world to a first world country. Now, this is Singapore export. And when he was transforming Singapore, he put down a policy. He said scarce forex was only meant for three things. One, medicines and drugs. That means you have to be what? Healthy at all times. Two, raw materials. And three, machineries. So the mindset of who? Lee Kuan Yew was that go and import the raw materials, import the machineries, turn them to finished goods, and export to the world. Go back to that slide. Today, Singapore is not as big as Lekki Peninsula. Singapore is 728 square kilometers. The Lekki Peninsula is about 755 square kilometers. Singapore exported $925.95 billion of goods and services in 2022. The whole of sub-Saharan Africa, 1.35 billion people, 23 million square kilometers, 1.35 billion people only exported what? 529.72 billion. We need visionary leaders. Next slide, please. So, I am going to demonstrate how your crude oil, this is the second part. The first part was how we got to where we are at, right? Now, sorry, yeah, go back go back. Okay, stop here. Now, the Gulf War of 1990 saw us rise again. The Gulf War of 2003 to 2011. Go back, please. Go back. No, go back one step. Go back. Stop here. So when you see all these growths, right? Anywhere you see all those growths, you see from GDP of 2005, right? Now, crude oil, our GDP did not measure up for 23 years. The same thing when you look at the crude oil prices. It wasn't until 2004, during the Gulf War, right, that we marched, go back one step, that, you see, the Gulf War of 2004 matched the what? The price of crude oil in 1980. So that was when we were able to surpass the GDP of 1981. And then we also had what? The Arab Spring. And then the latest one is what? The Ukraine-Russia war. We cannot continue to kneel down in the morning and be praying for what? For one war before we have economic growth. So I'm going to say this, that Mr. President should move us away from an oil-dependent economy and invest in other sectors. Pass policies that can what? That can increase and enforce local production. And you and I must be also aligned to use those products. Go forward, please. Okay, we're here. Now, I'll need someone from the crowd because I need to do some demonstration, right? In the 80s, the World Bank found out that GDPs were increasing around the world. And the World Bank said, oh, they were good things. But what was driving the growth, they did not know. So they went back to the drawing board and found out that a lot of countries were what? Were selling their mineral resources and then just spending. So the World Bank said, okay, we need to re-strategize that these things that these people are selling is supposed to be part of their total wealth. If they are selling this and then converting it to cash and selling, and spending, and GDP is increasing, so the World Bank went back to the drawing table and classified all assets into 4 broad categories: produced capital, human capital, natural capital, net foreign assets. Your produced capital is basically your infrastructure, your manufacturing, blah, blah, blah. Then the human capital is you and I, innovation. Natural capital was divided into two broad categories: reproducible and non-reproducible. The reproducible being that things that you can what? Replace. For instance, if you have deforestation, you can do what? Afforestation, right? Good. Now, if you deplete the fisheries in a lake, you can raise fingerlings, right? And put them back. You have what? You have restocked, so you're richer, right? But your gold, your crude oil, your tin, your gas, the ones you mine, you can't what? Replace them. And then your net foreign assets are your foreign direct investments, your sovereign wealth fund, your FDIs. So, when we looked at that of Nigeria, as of 2012, because the World Bank publishes what is called the Wealth of Nations. So every 5 or 6 years, they publish another one. The last one I saw was in 2018, and it was called The Changing Wealth of Nations. So what they actually do, because it's like portfolio investments, you might decide to invest in land this year, next year you might decide to invest in farming, next year you might invest in properties. So they change over time. And then, the World Bank gave us a formula, your net adjusted savings, which equals net national savings. That is what you already have. Plus what? Education expenditure, minus energy depletion, minus mineral depletion, minus net forest depletion, minus damages from carbon dioxide emissions, and minus damages from what? Particulate emissions. So, each time you mine this, I need an accountant. And before you come out, know your onions so that ICANN does not withdraw your license. I need an accountant. Our fear has gripped them. They are now scared. Okay, I'll give you soft landing, but I need an accountant. Are you kidding me? Okay, come forward, please. I need a volunteer, please. Come forward. Quick. Time is going. Oh, he chickened out, eh? Oh, yeah, come. Okay, so now, when we looked at it, our produced capital, right, was 10% of our total assets, our total wealth. Human capital accounted for 54 point something, approximately 55. Natural capital came to about 10%. 34% thereabout. And then net foreign, 34%, yeah. Net foreign asset came to about -9 and minus 0.9, which is minus 1%. This is your crude oil. You have about 37.5 billion barrels of crude in your reserve, right? So, I am Nigeria. I am selling the crude. This is my foreign buyer. So I sell 1.35. Thank you. I sell 1.35 million barrels to him on a daily basis. Each time I sell to him, take the money. Okay. Pay me for this crude oil. So you are the buyer now, right? You have paid me for this. Have I made money? Good. So I shouldn't have answered that question for you. Now, remember, I said this asset is part of my total wealth, right? So I have depleted the asset by what? 1.3 million barrels that day, which he paid me for, right? Now, the question again is, have I made money? Why?
Because it's still the same contribution of your wealth.
Good. So basically, what you have done, you only converted your crude oil to current assets, liquid cash. You have not made money. What you do with this now determines whether you get richer or you are going to get poorer. Right? So this was why it is easy. Two countries, a lot of mineral resources, they are going to account for what? 40% of the total number of people living in extreme poverty. So what we are basically doing is we are running what is called an asset depletion economy, where you deplete your assets, you use it to fund your what? Your expenditure. Now, go to the next slide, please. So according to the World Bank, natural resources give rise to economic rents because they are not produced. Rents from non-renewable resources, fossil fuels and what? And minerals, as well as rents from overharvesting of forests, indicate the liquidation of a country's capital stock. When countries use such rents to support current consumption, rather than to invest in new capital to replace what is being used up, they are in effect borrowing against their what? Their future. So each time you mine this is crude oil, right? Each time, why are you laughing? I did that on purpose so that DSS don't come and carry me tomorrow morning. Say, where did I get the crude oil from? So when you do that, right? When you do that, if I don't die before tomorrow morning, if I don't die before tomorrow morning, you know, I can make a case, right? So when you do that, when you mine your crude, based on what the World Bank has told us, you are only what? Borrowing that money. I give you, let me bring it down to a layman's understanding. Your father says, oh, I am 90. I want to divide up my wealth. Before I say that, let me explain something. So what the World Bank is telling us is that when you sell this thing, invest in other what? Good, other sectors. So that what you have depleted, you will make returns, right? From those other sectors that will cover the liability. Go back one slide. Your net worth is your what? Asset minus your liability, right? This is how we are getting poorer as a nation. And it will continue until they change the economic model. Nigeria's economic model was not designed to create wealth. It's an economic model that impoverishes the people. It's simple accounting and finance. So let me bring it down again. Your father says, I'll give you 10 houses because I don't want you all to fight over my estate when I'm gone. So you got 10 houses. Each of those 10 houses is what? 100 million naira each. On paper, you're already worth what? 1 billion, right? Good, as asset. But you now take Mr. A, who now say, what today? He now takes one house, sells one house, and then that 100 million, he grabs it. He jets off to Europe with his family. They go to Milan. They go to France. They start to shop. They visit London. From London, they jet off to the Caribbean. And he puts all his photos on what? On social media. He comes back and then he changes his car. Your neighbors would think you have arrived, right? On paper, are you richer or you're poorer? You're poorer. That's exactly what Nigeria is doing. This was why in 2012, the then sitting president said, oh, we were making progress. The economy was growing. It was crude oil that was powering the economy. You understand? So he said, oh, go to Abuja. You will see private jets parked on the tarmac. See, that's the mentality. These people don't know their right from their left. So you now come back. The financial institutions tell you, invest 60% or 70% in other sectors so that it will give you a return of 130 million, right? When you get 130 million, you are now worth $1.03 billion, right? But you now say, I'm going to leave them alone, I beg, I'll invest the 20 million. You now go and invest 20 million. It now gives you what? 20 million in return. You are now worth 940 what? 40 million. So it doesn't take rocket science. The only thing is that you need to understand the accounting, you need to understand the finance, you need to understand developmental economics, and you also need to understand some form of mineral resource economics to be able to put and connect the dots. It will only take you, it will take anybody if they crunch the numbers to say, oh, by X number of years, you're going to run out of cash. That's the case of Nigeria. So, let's go on, please. Next slide. You see, this supports, this was not my data, it's from MBS. While we had growth of 6.37% between 2004 and 2010, to even 2012, but we were still what? Recording poverty. Poverty increased from 2004 from 66.7 million people to 112.47. So it only shows the more mineral resources you sell and you are not what? You are not reinvesting, the more your net worth is reducing. And they divide it by your population. So they know, it took me years of constant data mining and comparing to all countries to know this. Next slide, please. So, what should we invest in? If you go back to that formula, it says what? Plus education expenditure. Next slide, please. Wow. Okay. Now, plus education expenditure, but look at what we're investing in education. Education is an investment. It's not an expense. Nigeria, I've compared Nigeria with almost all the countries of the world. But guess what? Nigeria only invests 0.8% of GNI every year in education, which goes to support what Mr. Omole was saying, Dr. Omole was saying. Some people are deliberately keeping you in absolute illiteracy. And they do not understand the consequences, the overall consequences on the economy. And I also compared Nigeria to other regions of the world. If you go to CIA Fact Book, it documents the profile of every country. On that of Nigeria, you will see under education, you see 196 over 196. What it tells you is that we invest the least in education in the world. Next slide. So when you look at this, look, this is the Conferry study on human capital value. So I'm saying this to the president, invest in the people to what? To unleash the potentials of the economy. Even with the United States, with all these razzmatazz, with all this infrastructure, the people are still the most valuable. The same thing in Brazil, South Africa, France, around the world. The people are the major wealth of the country. And it only makes sense for you to invest in what gives you the highest returns. Next slide, please. This is the poverty clock. So I'll be rounding up now. This is the poverty clock. When you look at Africa, you look at sub-Saharan Africa, you find out that sub-Saharan Africa has what? Has the highest number of what? Extreme poverty. Why? Because South of Africa, right? The sub-Saharan Africa is a mineral resource economy. So it goes to tell you that mineral resources is not what? It's not the wealth. And then I did, next slide please, I compared Nigeria and Pakistan. You will see here that we are ahead of Pakistan in everything. But what is Pakistan doing? Pakistan has a combined trade deficit of 290 billion. We even only have 137. But guess what? We are depleting, if you look at total resources ranked as a percentage of GDP, ours is 11.2. Pakistan is only depleting 1.59%. Adjusted savings on education, ours is what? 0.8. Pakistan is investing 2.04. So they are doing more. And bring out your phone and Google this. Pakistan plants 1.5 billion trees. Trees are a major source of wealth. If you plant rosewood, for instance, a rosewood at nursery stage may cost between $2 to $5. But when it matures, right, it's about $3,200 in the international market. So if I plant 1.5 billion trees and leave them for like 10 years, at every stage at which they are growing, I am adding to my what? To my assets. So that is it. That is what Pakistan is doing. But yet, we are more glamorous. We have more. We look like we have more, right? Because of our lifestyle. But Pakistan is far wealthier. And if you look at that poverty clock, Pakistan is projected, please, one slide back. Pakistan is projected to meet the Millennium Development Goals. Pakistan is in green. They will eradicate extreme poverty by 2030. On my final note, the next slide, please. I'll just take 2 minutes on this. Nigeria is a mineral resource-rich country, but a fiscal poor country. When you look at our budget, between 2014 and 2021, we only averaged 29.04 billion. On comparison purposes, South Africa, budget annually, the last budget I analyzed was 136.6 billion, 2022-2023 national budget. Their education alone was 27 billion, and health was 16.4 billion. But when you have this kind of small, meager income, what do? You should invest majority part of it, right, to give you returns that can lift people out of poverty. But we're not doing that. Rather, we run a 70% recurrent expenditure and a 25 to 30% capital expenditure. It cannot get us out of poverty. It's not possible. Poverty will continue to reinforce itself. And leaving you with this, Nigeria is already in what is called the poverty trap. And one major issue we need to be looking at is this. The destinies of the haves is intrinsically linked with the destinies of the have-nothings at all. Whatever happens to the poor man, those poor people we neglect, it will come back to haunt us. And if we do not take care of them, we will not have a peaceful country like we have now. Things will only get worse. Thank you, and happy independence.
A round of applause, please. I can imagine how many days and nights were spent crunching all that data. How powerful. Please, you may be seated. Thank you so much, sir, for that truly thought-provoking intervention this afternoon. You're still at the Platform NG, Platform Nigeria, and our next speaker is Mr. Joseph Laoye Jayola. He's a seasoned economist, veteran treasurer, and visionary leader with over 35 years of experience in the banking industry and significant expertise in board leadership. He's the immediate past CEO of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and has held leadership roles across several prestigious institutions. He currently serves as the founder and pro-chancellor of Hillside University of Science and Technology in Ekiti State. He's a fellow and past president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Mr. Jayola is also a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and a member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Scotland. He's also a fellow of the Harvard Kennedy School of Government's Senior Executive Program. He has made significant contributions to public leadership, serving on boards such as the Nigeria Improving Business Environment for Prosperity and Nigerian National Advisory Board for Impact Investing, among others. Please welcome with a resounding ovation for his first time to the platform, Mr. Jayola.
Please, you may sit down. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Boju and Sister Toyin, for inviting me. And thank you for all of you watching us alive here and those who are there watching us across the globe. You know, when you speak after a lot of people have spoken, then you sometimes want to ask yourself, so what next? But I will start by speaking to a few of the issues that were raised so that I can go to mine. You know, when the convener opened up, he referred to a book, The Nature of Capital, and was talking about how we need to work on capital. You know, I read a book about the mystery of capital by Hernando de Soto. And upon the time we brought him to Nigeria at the Economic Summit to help us see how can we liberate ourselves as a nation. And there were a number of things we talked about, but still remain undone. You see, Nigeria has tremendous assets, but we are an illiquid nation. And unless and until we begin to see how do we bring liquidity out of what we have, we will still be struggling. And I give you an example. If today we decide to take land from our acts, land use decree, put everything inside our law. So even if you have your house, you cannot securitize it and use it to raise money. And every attempt to take land from the Constitution to allow us to securitize it has been met with fight. The governors won't let you. Why? Because they sign the paper for you. But I tell you, if all of the land we have, if we securitize it, you see how money will flow to you and me. You can use your hand to raise capital. Pastor, but you want us to talk about the MSMEs, right? Many of them have those assets tied down from what you said, and they're not raising money. Today, we are going across the world looking for money. And I listened to Mr. President this morning, and he said, oh, we have attracted $30 billion. Well done. But we have more than $100 billion plus here in Nigeria. And I give you one example. Number one, take our NNPC. Take what we have in there. To produce oil in Nigeria, most times we do what we call a JV, joint venture. So because I'm taking off from crude oil because Roman talked about oil, and I want to use that to see, well, we can mine the oil, but like you ended is what we do with it. So you can imagine today, ExxonMobil just spoke, and many more people want to introduce. But you know what? They can't move. NNPC hold them captive. Because for every amount they are willing to bring in, because we are JV owners, we must bring our own money too. And many times we don't have. We used to call it reducing cash costs, we pay them. We don't have. And all we need to do is either to change the ownership, maybe we'll run like LLNG run their ownership, or we give them more and money will come. So on this platform, I want to request two quick things for us. Mr. President, let us use our balance sheet. Nigeria has tremendous balance sheet that we can leverage on to raise money, and we don't need to be going about begging people. When they see our side, investor will bring, and we can move ahead. If you know many assets of Nigeria that have been abandoned, right? If you cut it, if you count it and put it together, it's wasting. And I give you one other example. I know many of you know Ikoyi very well. You see that National Secretariat? It's been there. There was dispute about who we were sold to or not sold to. But is that the reason why we leave it idle? National Stadium, it's there. Let us take our asset, let's liquefy it, and begin to raise money so that we are not beggars. Because when you own asset, what you want to do with your asset is to see how you can raise money out of it. You don't necessarily have to sell it away like run and sell and forget. But you can securitize it and raise money from it. The second thing again is that please take our land from the Constitution. Let us be able to use our land. And Nando's Soto came to Nigeria. He told us about how we can do what we need to do and what we need to do. So, but again, I just want to drop that so that it might be part of the things that we have from conclusions from here. So, I wanted to talk about a lot of the things they've talked about are things that are germane. Are there potentials in Nigeria? Yes. Do we need to work on security, infrastructure, education, health of people? Yes, I agree with you. We need to work on all of those things. But there are things that are stopping us from unlocking our potentials. And there are soft issues in the room. Dr. Omole did try to talk a bit about it. He didn't finish it. But I believe that I will talk about it. I'm using this particular diagram. This is not original to me. It's a man called Patrick Lenkohi. He had used it to do many things. It's to talk about the team Nigeria. If you want to unlock the potential of Nigeria, we look at the team. Are we working a functional or a dysfunctional team? And listen to me, when I talk about team, I'm not talking about the federal government alone. I'm talking about the federal government, the state government, the non-government agency like church like this, community, and our homes. Are we working a functional team? The first thing that makes a sign of a dysfunctional team is that there is a lack of trust. Hello? There is a lack of trust. And I will come back and ask you do we trust ourselves in Nigeria? You know why there is always lack of trust? You know why people don't trust each other? Because when we work as a team and everybody knows what to do, everybody is a big man, everybody can do it, if you are in that team, you begin to ask yourself, so I'm the only one who doesn't know here. Like most parents always tell their children who were first in class, right? They were the best in mathematics. They were the best in class. If you were the best in class and all of us were in the same class, then who took class? What is wrong in stepping up and say, I don't know this thing. How can you help me? Our leaders today, and I'm not talking about leaders at federal alone, federal, state, non-governmental agencies everywhere, they all come with that attitude of what? We know it all. We don't want to, we know how to do it. And when a man comes with the attitude of you know it all, and you work with that person, there's a tendency for you to ask yourself, I'm the only one here who don't know. And because you are the only one who don't know, you know what happened to you? First and foremost, you realize that you create an atmosphere where there is no trust. And because there is no trust, a number of things happen to you. One is that you're trying to, some of us, our eyes are trying to, so when there is no trust in that environment, the first thing you see is that people don't talk. They don't want to be vulnerable. They don't want to be seen to be weak. And therefore, everybody hides. For how long are we going to realize the fact that the way God created us He created us in part. We know in part, we do in part. But when we work in an environment where all of us own up to the fact that I need you, you need me, we'll do better. And so we work in a place where there is lack of trust. Even in our offices, they will tell you to prove that you know, you hide information from the next person, and you keep hiding and you keep hiding. And because there is lack of trust, what builds upon it is that there's lack of conflict. We are afraid to do what? To confront each other. There are a lot of things today in Nigeria that if you had sat down to talk about them and look at them, you will have helped our problem. We refuse from talking about it. Even in the church, Pastor Bodu, right? We refuse. There's division. Everybody, you do your own. I do my own. Lack of conflict. We all walk on eggshells. I was listening to something that happened in the National Assembly, and they were talking about, do we go back to regional, or do we do this federal and co? And you saw that the entire northern group came together and said, we don't want regional. I mean, from the National Assembly. And it's very simple. Because we don't trust each other, we can't talk about your concerns, my concerns, and all put together. And when you have an environment where there is lack of concern, the next thing that happens to you, of course, is that you then realize that people are not committed. They don't commit themselves to anything. And so when we talk about civil servants and co, it is a function of where we are coming from. And therefore, people don't commit. Everybody carry as far as you carry. And when you stop, they do what? They stop. And vice versa. And so when there is no commitment, nobody is held accountable. Do you know that sometimes policies are taken and because of who is recommending it and where is the person coming from? Not because he's good. And I'm the first to tell you that federal character principle is not a bad principle. Because when you're doing a federation, we all work together with the mind of, we want to give everybody a sense of togetherness and a sense of belonging. But every quarter of Nigeria have very good minds. The problem is not bringing those that are good to table. The problem is people not being, and so we're not accountable. And because we're not accountable, we don't pay attention to result. And I want us to look at it. But if you do all of those things where we can be vulnerable, I can tell Pastor, I don't know, help me. And I can tell myself that, and everybody knows that is candor, we can then discuss our shortcomings and see how we can help each other. But we'll talk today about the potentials that Nigeria have. And I tell people from when I was born, Nigeria has always been a potential. When I was born. And the great Zeke of Africa called Nigeria the African giant, right till then. But today I'm with a giant. There was a graph here that I decided not to go into to show because almost everybody is spoken about it. In 1960, in terms of GDP per capita, we were higher than China. And that continued until the year 2000. We were higher. But you see, when China decided to lock themselves down to do those discussions, how to move forward, we're still busy trying to not tell ourselves the truth. Nobody is accepting responsibility. If there is a problem, it must be that brother that is not of Niger. If there's a problem, that must be that brother that is south of Niger, rather than sitting down and addressing issues. So unless we deal with these issues that I have identified here, and I do agree with you, our young people are wonderful, there's potential in them, but unless we do some work, it just be a problem. Four things I have listed here that we will need to, why we fail. Number one, the problem of leadership. Problem of leadership. And again, I'm not looking at leadership from federal. There's a tendency for us to always look at the man at the center. And the problem of leadership did not just start today. At least everybody that has done it historically have shown to us that the problem of leadership had been there since independence. Apart from those in the First Republic that did a few things, right when we went to the war and after the war, we just kept missing it. One of the factors is that we're not growing our assets, we're not growing our infrastructure, we're growing people. Between 1960 and 1999, Nigeria moved from about 40 million people to about 120 million people. That's what we're at. But from 1999, 2000 to date, we're not talking about 230 million people. A growth of about 120%. And we're not increasing infrastructure. We're not building schools. Our hospitals are not there. What do we expect? Those nations you talk about, China and co., as they were growing and lifting people out of poverty, they were providing infrastructure. And there's problem of leadership even at our sub-national level. Sometimes when people criticize Mr. President, I do ask them myself, what are we doing with our governors? What are we doing with the people in the private sector? What are we doing with those of us in the non-government? Because the challenge is this. The leaders are people who are not just there to, why do you go to, I believe first and foremost, that leadership is for service. You take up leadership role to offer service. Because what people have done is that they have bequeathed some trust in you. They've bequeathed unto you the power to use natural resources that belong to all in the interest of the people. Unfortunately, because we don't have a clear way of raising leaders and putting people to power, anybody just come to power and they do what? They hijack us. And when they want to hijack us, you know what they play on? They play on tribe, they play on religion. And all of us start gyrating. And they say, it's my brother, it's whatever. Absence of leadership because they don't want to serve. Every leader come into office to be able to solve a problem. One of the questions I ask is that, what are the problems that our leaders are solving? One major problem we all know we're going to get to today is lack of food. Inflation is high. At the NESG, we were talking about this food position about 5 years ago. Because the trend shows that we will run out of food. And this is where I'm not going to spare the church, Pastor. All of us, I know we do empowerment. Thank God, Dr. Omole called it entitlement. It's time for George to sit down and say, if we are part of those adding to price of food, how do we begin to grow food? Hello? How do we begin to grow food? If all the churches, and I'm not talking about churches, the other Muslim kind, if we come together and deal with our agri problems, Nigeria will have enough to eat and will have enough to... Don't tell me it's not our role. No. When the founders of faith came into Africa and Nigeria, they saw that education and health was our problem, right? And they invested in education and health. Today, we need to work on food. That doesn't excuse governors. Government should do its own, but we need to do the people. Ministry is about not only ministering to the spiritual man, but also ministering toward the physical well-being. So leadership, we have a responsibility. And thank God that God has put a lot in the church. Let's show the leadership in this area. And let's show them that if they're not doing right, we will know how to do it right. After all, the leaders we have today, where did they come from? From amongst us. Whether you voted for them or not, they came from amongst us. And some of them are still our friends. So when you talk about leadership, and leadership exists everywhere. Somebody talked earlier on about even the man on the street. What is it we do? So let's look at that. Many of us need to hold our governors and ask questions. Our governors have done what I call regulatory capture, and even private sector. I was talking to a friend some time ago, and he said, but oligarch exists everywhere. I said, yes. But what do they use it to do? Somebody was reading, I think it was Dr. Omole, about the founding fathers of the Americans, where they are. Many of them were slave traders. But what did they do? They spend their resources on education, on infrastructure, and making the environment very good. So we need to rethink where leadership is. How are you using a leader? What problem are you solving? The second thing here we look about is we need to look at our eroding national value system. If we must lift up potential, what's our value system? I was involved in one of the development plan. And we sat down, we said, let us find out, what is Nigeria's value system? Do you know, what do we value really? We sat down in the house, in the room, and we cannot think about what is it that elicits entire support from us, apart from football. Do you know that when there is football, it doesn't matter where you have come from, we all come together. But today, Nigeria is a nation where what we value is ego, kudi, money. And we'll forget that money is just a means to an end. If you start your life beginning with the end in mind, it's easier for you to know that what do we need money for? Many people are so afraid, and it's fear that bring it, and they have taken so much money, more than themselves and their children and everybody will ever need, and yet the people are poor. So we need to reorientate our value system. The value of fairness. You know, we're not fair to each other. Some people say, okay, it's our own, let's keep it. But when you were there, did you take care of them? Be fair to your people. So we need to sit down and ask ourselves, what are the values that we want to live for? I mean, we are hardworking people, but it's important to look at it. The other thing that is mitigating against looking at this potential is trust. Trust has been completely eroded. When a government will come to the national telly, and all they are telling you is what? Lies. When ministers will stand, and all they are telling you is what? Is lies. When parents will stay in their house, and what they are telling their children is all what? Lies. How will they trust you? And I tell people, you want us to trust you? Please make yourself trustworthy. And that's one of the things. The problem today is that even if government is working hard, people don't believe government. Because government will not come. Rather than government say, oh, these are challenges that we are facing, people don't believe government. You know why? Because you tell me you don't have money. And the kind of dresses and the things you are wearing and the things you go around, I don't understand. Are we really saying the truth? Lead by example. Our challenge today is that we've lost trust. And again, you see, one of the things I try to bring here is to make sure that we don't limit it to only the federal government. It's state government, it's a private sector, and co. All for a long time in my life, one of the things I try to do is that how can we get the private sector and the public sector to talk together? But when we move forward, why? Because there is distrust. They don't trust each other. The public servant people think that this guy just want to come and take advantage of us. And those of us in the private sector feel that, oh, this guy just there, they are stealing money, they are not interested, and what do we do? So we need to deal with trust matter. The next thing we need to do is, of course, is that we need to take ownership and responsibility. Everybody just find an alibi. You blame this for that, you blame that for that. You wake up in the morning, you are sleeping, you are lying down, you are not doing anything, there is no direction, there is no vision, and you blame government for it. Hello? Stop blaming people. Take charge of your life. You know, there is a book that I always make sure that every young people around me, by the ages of 14, they begin to read. It's the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. There's one for teens. And the first thing is what? Be proactive. Take control of your life. You have sphere of concern, and you have sphere that you can influence. Work on your area of influence, and begin with the end in mind. We are quick to not taking ownership. There is a problem at home. A father had not worked enough to bring food on the table for people to eat. Or when he had brought the money, he has misused the money. Who is the alibi? Government. The regional government collects money. Right? Rather than spend the money, they've taken part of the money to FX and taken it out, they will say, government. We need to take responsibility. And so what do we need to do? I think we need to rebuild us by what? First and foremost, let's go back to those institutions that make things work. We need to rebuild our institution. I mean, you're talking about the civil service. I'm not a child of a civil servant, but sometimes I look at civil service and say we deliberately destroyed the civil service so that we can do whatever it is we wanted to do. This same nation that was about the second or third best civil service in the entire Commonwealth, where we had the lack of Aboyade, Alison, Aida, Ahmed Joda in this country. We killed it. When we decided to say, you know what, then you will tell you, if you did government, they will tell you the characteristics of civil service is what? Professionalism, permanency, and co. We started driving them away. The day they began to drive them away, that's when they decided to take future in their hand. We need to rebuild institutions. It's important. If we must get our potentials right, we'll build institutions. The story was told me about the old Western region. When the sage, Chiba Obafemi Awolowo, took over government, and he needed to raise his ministers and people. And some of the people said, oh, we're not joining you, we're not interested. And he told them, if you don't join us, some people will come, make bad rules and regulation, and it will affect your business. Which was why you saw people like Chief Bode Thomas coming in government to work. The Majakudemi, all of them came in and they gave their best. We need to help the civil service. Hello? I'm looking for a time when senior people like us will volunteer and go and sit and work with them. Because we deserve the civil service that we get. They are poorly paid, very poorly paid. You pay a man part-free money, and you ask him to be responsible for budgetary allocations. What do you think he will do if he does not fear God? If he doesn't value, he will steal it. So we need to rebuild our institution. And one of the institutions we need to rebuild is to look at our judiciary. Because even if you have potential, if you have entered into business with people, and they need to come to Nigeria and look at what needs to be done, our judiciary ready? Unfortunately, we're going from worse to worse. All of us, the judges their children are now being taken over to take over from them, a number of things. I'm praying that the new Chief Justice will begin to do some work. We need to build institutions. And detail for the institution of the church. We need to look at it. What is our role? I was talking to someone, I was fighting. I said, if you look at all of those big churches, we see we're doing a lot of estates and co. It's good. But there's a lot we can do about going back to what those missionary people did at first and how they put strength into us and our life and let the church stand for what we need to do. In those days, if you wanted to take anything from the embassy or even a bank, there were only two people that would sign your book as witnesses. Only two. The banker and your pastor. They didn't need anything from anybody. Today, which embassy will take pastor? Which embassy will take banker? Because you go there with your idea, and they take the idea of you, and they do another thing. So we need to rebuild all of those institutions. And I think, more than everything, we need to go back and try and build the institution of marriage. Hello? Charity always begins at home. All those leaders you talk about, they came from somewhere. I am told that if you want to get a big man in the north, and you want to get him to sit down, go and meet his grandmother. That they revere their grandmother. And there were some things we were doing about how do we change mindset and co. And it was clear to us. We were first running to the emirs. But when we began to see their grandmother to intervene, and they will listen, we need to make sure we take our homes back and do a good work. The other thing, apart from leadership, apart from strengthening institution, is that we need to begin to walk about bridging the divide. It's not by accident that God made us a polarized nation with all the things we have. Today, when we say Abi Hausa, Abi Igbo, Abi Yoruba, and we keep fighting amongst ourselves. And sometimes when I look at them, when they do businesses, it doesn't work. When they get to National Assembly, after that fight, I know some people that almost died because of Labour or APC or what have you. When they go to the National Assembly, can we see the difference? Hello? The first car has the ball for all of them. Did you see any difference? No complaint. And then we fight ourselves. But again, because there is no trust, because we've lost, we've become so silo, forgetting that God put strength in each of these regions, and we have capacity that if we liberate, it can work. We haven't done that. So we need to begin to build bridges across. In those days when we were young, it was very right for you, a Yoruba man, to marry Igbo and to marry across. Today, everybody has gone back to their tent. Please, how do we do this? It is something that both the church and both the nation will have to deliberately do it. When the NYSC was set up, the intention of the NYSC was that we are going to what? We know Nigeria, we relate. But today, everybody will struggle to make sure you serve only what? In the South. Brethren, look, let me tell you, and those who are listening to us, there are a lot of potentials in Nigeria that we can harness, that we can make good. But we have to leave these soft issues we don't talk about. It's important that we talk about them. I want to tell Brother Roland, when you were talking about the economy model does not work. The same model is the same thing. Bros, it is what we do with what we have. Our decision to make it work. More often than not, we say it doesn't work in Nigeria. Says who? The same thing works in Nigeria. But we need to get ourselves back to a position where there is trust, where there is hope, where there is confidence, where we all talk together as brothers and don't see ourselves as enemies. I want to say that there's a lot of role for those of us that are young. You've been told the mean age of Nigeria is 18. 18. This is where, and if you look at Europe, I look at everywhere, they're aging. But we need to begin to build those skills. I will have talked about skills and competencies. Kola did a lot of work about it. Everyone talk about it, that we need to build. And the church have a role. The community have a role. Governments need to have a role. Anyway, let me tell you, the way education is delivered is going to change significantly within the next 10 years. Because what? Technology. You can reach many people with technology. At least today we see people sit in Nigeria and working internationally. There's a lot that Nigeria can deliver. There's a lot that is available for us as a people. But we need to begin to remove fear, mistrust, division. The government must show the way, but we, our people, must live it. Again, I want to say, Mr. President, help us live. We need cash in Nigeria. And one way to getting cash is what? Those assets that are wasting. Let us begin to leverage them. We don't have to do joint venture. We can raise about $40, $50 million from our from our balance sheet by making ourselves believable, by making ourselves people that stands in contract. To governors, the people are living very close to you. We're getting resources today, and we're not meeting the needs of our people. Somebody talk about the out-of-school children. Out-of-school children today is almost about the second largest in the world. Why are people not going to school? It doesn't have to be done in the Western approach. President Jonathan did a lot of work about the Alumanjiri system, and it's abandoned. Let's begin to work and bring them down. And thirdly, let us do a population control. We cannot continue to grow the way we are growing with limited resources and think we'll be better. You know, one day, each time I ask my friends in the other faith, they will say, well, they allow them to marry more wives. So I now got involved with some scholars in Africa here. And when I got to Morocco, I saw their people, their professors, and I asked them, and I said, what kind of Muslim faith are you practicing? And they said the same thing like your people. I said, how come you don't have, he said the emir had instituted it. that if you cannot take care of one wife very well and provide for their need, if you marry a second wife, it is a state problem. Today we have young people that we should give school, we should give work to, but what governors are doing is to marry them away. The people that were Lumanjiris when I was living in Zaria are people today who are grandfathers, and they have about 16, 17 children all over the place. We need to work on our population. But again, come back to the youth. And they have said it a lot about fast money. There is no fast money anywhere. Hello? You know, one day I was shocked when I realized that they have Association of Yahoo Mothers. Yes. They are praying for their children to have money. Please, we need a lot to do. And you know, the social media is very good. But listen to what they said. What are you seeing? I wonder, people get out of Nigeria, we jackpot and get out. Each time we come back, the planes are loaded. The white people are coming. What do you see? Do you see problem or see opportunities? How are you using the social media? Are you using the social media to enhance your knowledge and use your knowledge to bring many people together towards a prosperous Nigeria? Or you are using the social media just to do whatever? I'm thankful that Professor Waziri talked about trafficking. I want to urge us, there is no nation that is better than this country. And if you follow what goes on across the world, you are seeing that those that jackpot are complaining everywhere. And people are looking at what can they return. We just need our government to level with us, tell us the truth, and make themselves more believable, and then leave what they say. Everyone will know the cost of doing government is high. Cut it down. Today, he was talking about what we spend money on. Labor too must talk very well. He was talking when our budget is just about a third of South Africa, and yet we are paying money that we cannot pay. But I trust that Nigeria is redeemable. Nigeria is where we can stop. But you see, I want to thank this church for the things you are doing and for the things you will continue to do on this platform. But please, I want to end on this note, very prophetic note. I know this is blown to everybody in the world, whether you're of the Christian faith or not of Christian faith. But the foundation of my standing is who I believe in. And here he says, okay, let me read it. He talks about, please show it. Isaiah chapter 49, verses 24 to 26. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty, or the lawful captive delivered? Maybe we have made ourselves a captive by the way we've lived our life, and we have entered one chance. Yeah, by the way we voted, by things we're doing, we have entered one chance. Here, we hear what God is saying concerning Nigeria. So, but thus saith the Lord, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away, and the prey of the terrible shall be delivered. For I will contend with him that contended with thee, and I will save their children. And I will feed them that oppress thee with their own flesh, and they shall be drunken with their own blood, as with sweet wine. And all flesh shall know that I, the Lord, am thy Savior and thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. That is the word of God for Nigeria. And I know that if you jackpot, you will jackpot that, because God will deliver us as a nation. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is Victor Momodu. I'm a brand and marketing communication professional. I joined the community group. My first community group was the middle managers. And my reason for joining at the time, I was leading a team, and I had you can be.
You are welcome back to the platform studio, and it has been a most enlightening time. Just like we said at the beginning, that today's platform is going to be very enlightening and educative, as always is. But I think today has just been very special and very different. We started with our convener, Pastor Poju, and then our first speaker, Mrs. Toyin Sanni, and all the way till our final speaker for today, Elder J.O.J. Joseph Olaoye Jayola. And different people went from different directions, but at the same time, there was a convergence in a way. So I'll open it to our dear panelists in the studio. Say, Tale, let me start from you this time. What were the highlights for you from today's session?
I am full. I mean, that's the word I literally use, because every panelist, every speaker brought something different and something for us to reflect with. I like how we started. Mrs. Toyin Sanni started with the fact that you cannot become what you do not see. And she made a case for exposing people from different social economic structures to the possibilities that lie ahead as a way to begin to effect change in the nation. I thought that was a good starting point, a good foundation. And then we went to the next speaker, Mr. Kola Adesina. I like the fact that he was such a loyalist, you know, and he had such an optimist, I like that. And he had such a positive perspective of the potential of Nigeria. And the thing that I found interesting about what he said is that for us to build wealth, we have to be willing to multiply, okay? And as the rest of the Bible, be fruitful, multiply. And then he said that any economy that focuses more on exports than imports become wealthy. And that's an instruction for us in Nigeria. It sounds simplistic, but that is really a formula for us to really begin to move forward. Now, I think the highlight for me, and I shared it before, was Dr. Charles. And he talked about technology solutions and adaptive solutions. Yes. Again, and I think it brings to the theme of this church. We talk a lot about renewing our minds. And he said that adaptive solutions was how technology solutions can have permanent effects. Because if you keep changing things and you don't change the mindset of people, change cannot be permanent. And I think that that is a place in which we need to spend time to really invest in the country. And it reminds me of our days of civic education. I don't know if you took civic education, where they were really teaching us about the values of our country. I think we need to go back to the days where we teach people how to have national pride.
Absolutely.
And I think that Elder Joseph talked about it. I think I'll stop there now.
Powerful. Thank you so much. Powerful.
I'll just take it from where Thales talked about Elder Joseph. I think one of the beautiful things, and by the way, he was my former boss at the Nigerian Economic Summit. So, you know,
so you could relate.
Yeah, I could relate. It's a moment of pride for me. And it was beautiful to see how, you know, that there's a book, the 5 Dysfunctions of a Team, you know, and how he was able to relate that to actually a nation as a team. And really, it just says it all. You know, when I started, I talked about patriotic ownership and institutional, and that trust, that social contract between the governed and the government. So that lack of trust is really a conversation we need to come back to, you know, at some point, and just say, look, how do we do this? How do we sit at the table again and begin to understand ourselves from different cultures, different, you know, tribes, different religions as well? Because ultimately, this Nigeria is our Nigeria. There's no other. You heard it across board. This is the best, you know, country in the land, and I don't think it's cliche that all of them, you know, that all of them alluded to that. I like his point also, because, you know, this is something we've been talking about, you know, from our early days as a young economist. We've talked about unlocking the economic capital of Nigeria, the, you know, abandoned assets, state-owned enterprises, you know, things that, you know, we could convert from, you know, their illiquid state to liquid state and begin to generate even far more than we are trying to borrow, you know, or get in terms of foreign direct investment. There's just so much unlocked, there's so much asset here that can be unlocked through the capital market, the stock exchange, listing these things. We have the story of Saudi Aramco. That's an NNPC right there. You know, we have the Federal Secretariat you talked about. Every time I look at that building, I'm seeing, you know, some, you know, 5-star hotel, you know, or something that can be converted to.
Prime area.
Exactly, in prime area. You look at the National Stadium, that's an amusement park or something combined with the stadium. You know, so there's so much that can be done, and people will invest in this if you make a genuine case for investment and show, like he said, you know, that you can be trusted as a government, you know, willing to, you know, expose that asset to the right capital that it needs. My high point beyond that was Mr. Roman Osegali. And I say that because I particularly remember his conversation in 2017 about investment in education. You know, and so when I saw him on the post, I was like, I need to, you know, listen to him again. So he came in today, same in a model approach, you know, economic modeling, showing you through data and, you know, extensive data, 64 years of data, trying to let you see that this thing is not adding up because we have not been doing the things that others that were, you know, where we were and have now gone, you know, ahead of us have done. We've not invested in education in the way that we should. He talked about the learning poverty trap. You know, the work that I do in the education space, we talk about that. What that means really is that the average Nigerian by his 10th birthday cannot read a simple sentence. That is the meaning of the learning poverty trap, right? So the investment in education, in literacy and numeracy is so important, you know, at this, and that is what unlocks the capital, because these children now, as we call them, but, you know, you see the median age is 18. So in less than 10 years or more, the 10-year-old, right, is eligible to vote, right, and cannot articulate his or herself in the proper way that can even allow him understand who to vote for or who not to vote for. Then Elder Laoye talked about social values. You know, just coming back to it, understanding that at the end of the day, the family is the bedrock of civilization.
Absolutely.
So coming back to morals, values in the family, values in marriage, you know, being able to own up to what you know or what you don't know and asking for help where you need it. I think ultimately, you know, it was a very consummate you know, conversation. And perhaps to also say that there were a lot of gray, you know, there's a lot of gray hair in the room. So the wisdom of the sages.
I actually noted that. Today was really the wisdom of the sages. Yes, and I like the fact that it was a balance of optimism but genuine reflection. Yes, so there was that. There's a lot to think about. And one of the things Pastor had said in preparing for this, one of the sessions we had, you know, he kept saying, even if we're talking about unlocking the potential of the country, you can apply it personally, family-wise, into your business. So don't just watch and think, what's my business? I'm not, you know, the governor or anything. And the speakers also kept saying it's not even just about the leadership at the top.
Yep.
You talked about education now, and I remember someone telling me just 2 weeks ago, even if those of us that can speak the small English we can speak, if all you did was find a way to plug yourself into a public school somewhere and teach your English, it goes a long way than just looking at the system and wondering, oh, what's the future of Nigeria for? But as we round up, I want us to just give one practical thing. So people have watched, they've listened to all these conversations. What is one practical thing you think they can do or you are planning to do after taking away from this platform?
Oh, that's easy for me. Read more. Expose yourself to far more information than just what you have within the space.
Thank you.
Okay, for me, I would say we all have to become productive, okay, to take ownership of our productivity as a people. We need to stop looking for free things. I think that if you look at the nations that have developed, the discipline of the people, the focus of the people, and their willingness to be productive changed the game for those nations. So as people, we need to become more productive focused. That's my take.
Thank you so much. More productive education. So I kind of wrote 4 points here. And I said number one, and my number one is obviously education. Arm yourself continuously with the right knowledge. You know, we have a generation that we talk a lot, but not as knowledgeable on the things. I mean, when you look at that data, for instance, and I can't remember the speaker who said, the average young person now was born after 1999.
Yes.
So there's so many things. In fact, that hit me. I mean, I was not born after 1999. You know, it just hit me like there's a generation that doesn't even understand a certain way Nigeria was or is coming from. It's a lot to really think about. So when they act a certain way, they don't know some things, you know. They are not held back. There's a freedom they have just by default. And you're wondering, why are you so free? That was so powerful, but they need knowledge. And then the second thing, everyone really talked about mindset. And it was Mr. Adesina who kept talking about perspective. Have the right perspective. It's not really about what you see, but how you see what you see. So we are seeing all of the situations and the challenges, but how do you realize that there are actually possibilities? Those are where the opportunities are coming from. And being able to respond to that than just seeing problems. I mean, seeing him talking about Lagos and Calabar and what his organization is doing. You might not be on that level, but even on your level, there's something that you can do. And they also kept talking about intentionality. So we are living this conference now, or you're living your everyday life. How intentional? And for two of you, how intentional would you be, or would you advise people to be after this?
Okay. I mean, for me, the first thing I think everybody should go and do, which is what I'm going to do, is go and reflect on what you've learned. Because when you reflect, you internalize the knowledge. And then you can come up with pungent action steps you're going to take. Because it's one thing to get information. It's another thing to internalize it and come up with plans of what you're going to do. So there's not just be another, okay, I got content. You know, we're very big on content these days. No? So it needs to be internalized so that real change can happen. Okay, and that is what I am going to do. And the next thing is, beyond internalizing for myself, you want to start with leading yourself, then leading your family, and then passing it on to your community. And that's how change begins to permeate into the society. And so that's like what I take away from this and what I'm going to do.
It's interesting you mentioned the community, because that was actually one of the things that, you know, that came up there. So, you know, of course, in the Covenant Nation, we have this community groups, about 50 to 52 of them, you know, that can... You will definitely have one aspect of your life that is connected to that. So even finding a community, you know, of homogeneous objectives, you know, where you can relate with them, learn more with them. Because sometimes, you know, especially adult education, you know, it's not doing it alone. You know, you can't do life alone, as we say here. So just finding a body of people that you can relate with about things like this, and you have, you know, communities that are even into public policy, communities if you want to run an MBA, you know, you want to get a first class, you know, what is the way you should even study, you know, to do that, or, you know, you want to get a promotion, you are going into CEOship or you know, top management leadership. There are communities for all of that. So one of the things I'm going to do is look out for, look out for one of those communities and definitely register for one of them.
So if you're wondering what we're talking about, it's the Covenant Community Groups, and the new session is starting. Registration opens today and closes on the 9th of October. There's a community for everyone. The adverts you were seeing when people were talking about how their lives had changed and how they had improved was because at different points in time they had been part of the community groups. So go to the website www.covenantcommunitygroups.org and sign up. Like he said, we have about 50 to 52 groups that deal with different aspects of life. And in this area of growth and unlocking potential, one of the best places. Community Group started about 5 years ago, and the testimonies keep being testimonies of potential unlocking. Whether you are a stay-at-home mother, you are a CEO, you are someone trying to get into Ivy League schools, there are communities that you won't even believe, you didn't even realize you had a need in that area, and all you needed to do was join. It's good for networking, it's good for growth and unlocking potential. And on that note, we've come to the end. But one last thing that really struck me in Mr. Roman, his presentation, when he talked about economic model. And I wrote down, I said, what is the economic model for your life? So one of the things he said was the fact that obviously we spend more than we make. And he was talking on a national level. And you can look at that and shout and say, yes, we are spending more than we are making. Or maybe you are the crude oil. Maybe in your life too, especially in our society where we want to look more than we are. So you might be spending more. So you're leaving this platform today. We'll leave you with one final thought. What is the economic model for your life? Are you importing more, or how will I say it? Are you an economist?
Are you spending beyond your means?
That's it.
You are actually, adjusting your model to ensure that you have far more than
That's the English. Don't spend beyond your means. Don't live beyond your means. And besides spending, put in more
into yourself
than you're giving out. Put in knowledge. Put in relationships. Put in physical exercise. Put in spiritual growth. Is everything aligned? And on that note, we say, Happy Independence Day! Thank you so much for joining us on this edition of the platform. And until the next time, keep growing. We love you. God bless you.
'You've been watching a live Channels television event.
64 years and counting. Nigeria, on this Independence Day anniversary, again stands on the threshold of progress, reflecting on past opportunities since 1960. And as we take stock, evaluate,